Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of the Sunshine Coast Council, 28th of July 2023. I declare the meeting open and ask the crowd to be upstanding, the chamber to be upstanding as we ask Councillor Law to do the acknowledgement for the Traditional Custodians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillors, CEO. On behalf of Council, I wish to acknowledge the traditional owners of the Sunshine Coast local government area. This is the home of the Gubbi Gubbi people where we are gathered today, and the home of the Jinnaburra people of the southern hinterland area. We acknowledge that we now share their lands and waters. At the beginning of the month, we celebrated NAIDOC Week, when we stopped to recognise and celebrate the achievements of all First Nations people. The theme this year was for our elders. As we approach the end of the month, I urge everyone to remember the theme well into the future, for our elders. If we can sit with our elders and open our hearts and listen, we may learn and perhaps even begin to understand the struggles and difficulties resulting from colonisation that are still being experienced today. To listen and understand the sacrifices and struggles that they have worked through to achieve what has been achieved, but to consider the enormity of everything that is yet to be done. I pay my respects to all elders and their ancestors and acknowledge the work that we need to do on our journey together toward reconciliation. For our elders.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Please remain upstanding. I'm going to ask Rajiv Nair and Anna Vargas from the Sunshine Coast Malaylee Association to read the prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rajiv Nair, representing one of the Indian communities called Sunshine Coast Malayali Association, and we are registered and running from the last around 10 years. We organize cultural programs and family get-together for ourselves and our new generations. We are very grateful to always get support from Mayor and the Sunshine Coast Council to organize all our events. It's an honor and privilege to attend this meeting. I would like to thank our Mayor, councillors and all other team members for your wisdom, vision and the commitments to support the growth of our community where people live with peace and happiness. Happy people makes a happy community. Such community helps to develop a happy and peaceful nation. All the blessings to Mayor and your team for building a happy and peaceful nation. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Rajiv. Please remain upstanding. I'd like to remind the chamber that today is Korean Veterans Day, the 70th anniversary of when the armistice was signed to end fighting on the Korean Peninsula. Many of you may be aware there's a Korean memorial in Alexandra Headlands. 18,000 Australians served in Korea. 340 lost their lives defending our freedom. Having travelled to Korea and engaged with the people of Korea, particularly the older people of Korea, they're incredibly appreciative of the contribution made by the Allies in protecting them. So I'll just take a moment for us to reflect on those lives lost and that contribution made. Thank you, and I'd also like to say with some great sadness, I wish to take a moment to acknowledge the recent passing of former Maroochy Shire Councillor Michael Hourigan, or Mick. Mick served the Sunshine Coast community through his role as a Division 10 councillor of the Maroochy Shire Council from 2004 to 2007. He was also well known through his roles outside of council, including as former president of the Horton Park Golf Club, the site on which we gather today, and a member of the Sunshine Coast Falcons Hall of Fame, which he was inducted into in 1983 in recognition of his contributions to rugby league as a referee. Mick is still fondly remembered by many Sunshine Coast Council colleagues who had worked with him at the former Maroochy Shire Council, with many of these former colleagues having expressed their sadness and shared fond memories of Mick since his recent passing. On behalf of the Sunshine Coast Council, I wish to express our thanks and appreciation for the contributions Mick made to our civic life and public service to our community, and also extend our deepest sympathies and condolences to Mick's family and friends during this difficult time. Thank you. Please be seated. The minutes of our last meeting, the special meeting, which was the budget adoption meeting, and also the ordinary meeting held on June 23, have been distributed. Can I have someone move those as a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Babarowski. Everybody in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. There is no mayoral minute. Item 6 relates to any conflicts of interest. And councillors, I would remind you of the requirements of Chapter 5B of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we'll deal with such matters today. So if there are any prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest, please raise those prior to the item being addressed. We have 2 presentations this morning. The first of those, item 7.1, is from Councillor Cox regarding the Mooloolaba Foreshore Northern Parkland. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It is a great honour to receive 2 awards from the 2023 Queensland Australian Institute of Landscape Architecture Awards for the Mooloolaba Foreshore Northern Parkland project, recognising the project's excellence in design and delivery. So the first of the awards is the Landscape Architecture Award for Parks and Open Space, and the second one is actually a Regional Achievement Award. Now those 2 awards actually follow on from the 3 other prestigious awards that this project has already won, which includes the IPWEA Queensland Northern Territory 2022 Project of the Year. And of course, we've actually been a finalist in 2 other categories. So I understand we've got Jamie and Adam here today. But before I present these awards to them, I'm just going to take a quick moment to read out the jury's citation. It says, the project's universal design thinking ensures equitable access for all and advocates for inclusiveness. This is an exemplary landscape design deserving of wider acknowledgement for its strong place qualities. This project has positioned Mooloolaba as a highly desirable place to live and visit for coastal foreshores. This parkland fosters good health and well-being, as well as positive outdoor experiences that enhance quality of life to all. It brings strong economic benefits for tourism and visitation, which adds value to local communities in celebrating this unique beachfront destination. So that's pretty high praise of this particular project. So obviously, as I mentioned, we have Jamie Franklin and Adam Stewart here today to represent the team. And normally we would have Ben McGovern and Chris Sturgis as well, because they were integral to this project as well. But before I hand these over to the staff, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to point out that this particular project obviously came with a little bit of conjecture at the time from some of the groups within the local community. But what's been delivered has been an outstanding community project. It's brought the community as well as those visitors together. And knowing the quality of this particular project, I'm certainly confident that when we go and deliver the Mooloolaba Central Meeting Place around the loo with a view, we'll have a great and similar outcome to what's already been delivered. So with that being said, I'm going to present these to the staff, both Adam and Jamie. Joe, do you want to get up in the photo as a divisional councillor?
Thanks very much and congratulations. Now, I'll take that as moved by Councillor Cox and seconded by Councillor Natoli. All those in favour of receipt? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the second item is Councillor Landsberg, with Caloundra being crowned the top tourism town in Queensland. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And obviously I wasn't in attendance the last meeting. I was under the weather, so obviously teams in. But I'd like to present this to you, Mr Mayor, on obviously behalf of everyone involved in obviously winning this award. It was a fantastic effort from obviously our Caloundra Chamber of Commerce, our Downtown Task Force, our accommodation providers and local retailers. We're up against some really heavy hitters in Queensland, Bundaberg, Rockhampton, Redcliffe, Mount Tambourine. And one of the prizes, obviously, of when we were obviously going around and nominating people to put in their requests was a week's holiday in Noosa. And anyway, I know where I'd rather stay for a week, but anyway, on behalf of that, I'd just like to present this to you, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. So move Councillor Landsberg. I'm happy to second it. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just before we start the meeting and item 8.1, I'm pleased to advise the audience that you're part of history. This is the first time our chamber's been full, so congratulations. Thanks for coming. Our first item is around Housing and Homelessness Action Plan for 2023, and we've got quite a team here. Wendy Gleeson will be giving us the presentation, but I also welcome Tim Burns, Kerry Forrest, James Coots, Steve Patey. So thank you, team. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. The Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. Why has Council prepared a Housing and Homeless Action Plan? Well, the state and the nation is in the midst of a housing crisis. Housing affordability is impacted by prevailing economic, financial and social costs associated with housing demand and supply that may constrain the ability for households to own or rent their own home, and represents the underlying costs of developing housing to market. Housing affordability has been exacerbated by COVID. This has led to a number of supply chain disruptions. The cost of materials have increased significantly. This has been compounded with the cost of transportation, both shipping and local transportation costs, and further exacerbated by a very tight labour market. Based on CoreLogic ABS statistics, the residential construction cost index indicates an increase of almost 12% from December 2022. The Oxford Economics analysis also states that the average build time for a home has increased from 6 to 7 months to 12 months to complete since COVID. In addition, statistics indicate the cost of building a house has increased about a third since mid-2020. Combined with interest rate changes and the reduced ability for borrowers to service the debt amidst additional pressure of high cost of living expenses, has further exacerbated affordability for our community. This has not only impacted purchasers but also investors. There's a conversation in the media about a fixed rate cliff, but there's also what a number of people are terming an NRAS cliff. And that is the result of the funding for the National Rental Affordability Scheme coming to an end, which provided support to provide affordable properties to market. For Sunshine Coast, the recent statistics from the federal government indicate that there's only 775 NRAS properties left on the Sunshine Coast, and they'll diminish and be zero by 2026. The state government recently announced in their Housing Summit Mark II that they were going to acquire 335 of these NRAS properties. So there will be some additional affordable housing product in the market. NRAS is also being continued through community housing providers, but we're unable to determine the scale of that here on the Sunshine Coast. The loss of the NRAS products further tightens the affordable rental pool for our community. This slide represents an assessment of household incomes on the Sunshine Coast based on 2021 census and the rental costs for units and houses at the same time. The household incomes are then calculated at 30% of median household income. This is weekly income, sorry. This is used as an indicator to indicate housing stress for people who if they have to pay more than 30% of their income, it leads to lack of their ability to pay for other services such as medical, education, and even food. As you can see by the graph, from a rental perspective, a lot of households are required to pay more than 30% of their income to cover their weekly rental costs. And this is 2021 census information too. On the Sunshine Coast, we have 148,646 private dwellings, and that's ABS census information. The diversity of the housing stock on the Sunshine Coast is not of significance yet. The housing sector has not been able to deliver the required scale and choice and diversity of housing in our community. This lack of housing choice can actually impact on housing affordability. So by creating more diverse housing choices, we can assist housing affordability. This is not to say that the housing sector is extremely complex beast, with many factors affecting the supply of housing for our community. So why has Council drafted a housing and homelessness action plan? So a result of declining availability of affordable housing is progressively squeezing low-income households out of private rental market or into unaffordable rentals. This is placing greater pressure on the supply of social housing, crisis accommodation, and homeless services. There's an implication if Council stands by. It's an implication for our long-term economic development, for our community and our environment if nothing changes. The development of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan is based on the following endorsed strategic documents of Council. They include the Regional Economic Development Strategy, the Environment and Livability Strategy, the Sunshine Coast Community Strategy, and the Corporate Plan. The Corporate Plan has our strong community as a key objective, and that is promoting an inclusive community with opportunities for everyone. That specifically states that Council will work collaboratively to reduce homelessness and advocate to other levels of government to prioritise collective action to address housing affordability and availability on the Sunshine Coast. The Housing and Homeless Action Plan builds on our existing commitments. Based on our existing regional strategies, we're currently in this space, we are actively advocating and facilitating for housing within our community and trying to improve homelessness services and support. It does, however, propose some new initiatives, but it's also fostered on an approach of coordination and integration, both through Council and Council staff, as well as the opportunities to collaborate with the industry, business, community, organisations, other levels of government and the broader community. The action plan does not supplant actions, strategies and responsibilities undertaken by the federal government and state government with regard to housing and homelessness. We recognise that the housing market in this sector is complex and there's many influences from outside sources beyond Council's control that impact the sector. This includes taxation, interest rates, supply costs, etc. But we recognise that housing is a fundamental to our social and economic well-being and that we are trying to extend our support within our community to actually assist in actually getting some positive housing and homelessness outcomes delivered. Our current focus has been on advocacy and facilitation, and these things will continue to happen. The action plan identifies 5 key activities, and the first one is a new initiative of Council, and that's about delivery. So Council is currently investigating how we can actively engage with the development industry, with the community housing providers and government through partnerships to try and develop affordable housing products on the Sunshine Coast. So we are currently investigating and scoping development of a range of different housing types to be managed hopefully by other third parties through partnership arrangements. We have already undertaken a land audit to identify land that might be suitable for further investigation, and we'll continue to review our land as opportunities arrive for Council to purchase new land. We also are investigating what is the delivery model and mechanism to actually achieve affordable and key worker housing for our community. And we'll always try and seek funding opportunities both through the state and federal government as they arise. The other activities we actually active in the delivery space is that we work with the Department of Housing to identify any council assets that might be used for, to provide temporary or crisis accommodation for people in need in our community. The second activity is facilitation. Council, as I stated earlier, is quite active in the facilitation space. And there's 3 key elements of current facilitation that we're engaged in, and we will continue to investigate and improve our pathways and processes. That includes the preparation of the new planning scheme. The preliminary consultation of the planning scheme has been completed, and Council is currently drafting the new planning scheme. It's still not due to be completed until the end of 2024. But it is looking at how we can deliver greater housing diversity to our community. Development incentives. Council has a long history of providing support through development incentives to not-for-profits, community organisations, and also private industry. We currently have 3 policies, which is an infrastructure charges rate rebate for eligible community organisations. We have reduced application fees for not-for-profits, which are currently at 75% of development application fees. And we've also have a Nambour and Caloundra development incentives scheme, which is open to all businesses in those locations when they meet certain criteria. Those activities will continue. The other thing that Council has done for a period of time is provided differential general rate category since 2018 for transitory accommodation. In relation to homelessness, Council has prepared and endorsed a responding to homelessness policy and guideline, and that's being continually implemented through our organisation. Council has also developed a housing and homelessness directory, and we also have undertaken a range of community-led initiatives, which include Sleep Bus, Roofs to Recovery and Dignity Circle. We've also been investigating place-based solutions during disaster and weather events for persons experiencing homelessness. The next key activity is advocacy, and this is about by urging through engagement. So Council has successfully advocated to the state to amend the definition for secondary dwellings. This provides people who are not related to the main residents to actually reside in the secondary dwelling. We are continuing to try and advocate to the state in relation to legislation improvements that can improve our opportunities to deliver land on nomination of trust sites. We will continually advocate for changes to planning reform to help assist the delivery of housing, and obviously seeking greater investment by the state government in relation to provision of social housing. In relation to homelessness, we've successfully advocated to the state for funding an additional assertive outreach worker for persons experiencing homelessness, and we're actively engaging with the state regularly in relation to homelessness support. The next key activity area is building our capacity. And there's two focuses to building our capacity, both inwardly within our organisation and outwardly with the external, with the community and others. With regards to external, outwardly focused building capacity, we have developed numerous fact sheets to help the community understand the planning regulations and the planning schemes associated with development of community residences, secondary dwellings, dwelling houses, dual occupancies and tiny houses. Further to that, we've resolved to amend the fees for permits for temporary homes under the local law and prepared guidelines and documentation to assist. We continually facilitate and educate community organisations with regard to developing solutions in partnership on their own land to provide housing outcomes. We regularly and ongoing provide support for not-for-profits to understand the building and planning regulations. In relation to internal, our focus is about training staff through our homelessness policy and guideline. So we're supporting, educating and embedding new procedures and policies to support delivery of affordable housing across the organisation and our homelessness support. The final key activity area is building our knowledge. Council prides itself on developing evidence-based policy, and we will continue to develop further evidence and documentation to help provide that evidence so that we make decisions based on clear evidence. We've already completed a housing benchmark report, which is based on the Census 2021, and we have publicly accessible web-based data through our ID community profile, which provides census information about our community. We've recently acquired the new Housing Monitor, which also helps assist the suite of information that is accessible to the community, which monitors affordability and availability, and it tracks every quarter based on purchase and rental prices, and it's based on council's local geography. In relation to community education, we've collaborated and facilitated numerous community education events for faith-based communities, such as the Hopes for Hopes Forum, and the Mayor has held a number of homelessness forums in this space. And we will continue to advance our community education in relation to educating our community and our organisation about the impacts of homelessness in our community. Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. I commend the report as recommended.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Law wishes to move. Seconder, Councillor Suarez, thank you. Would you like to open, please, Councillor Law?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I'll be speaking in support of the motion today and in support of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. Before I do that, I might like to ask a couple of questions, if I may. I've heard from the report, I've read the report, and from your presentation today that this will give us the framework and the opportunity that we need to engage effectively with state and federal government. Can you confirm with certainty that what's in the report and what's in the plan, should it be endorsed today, will give us the strength that we need to get state and federal government around the table to engage with us?
Yep, okay, I'll go to the CEO to provide a response.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Councillor, and thank you for your question. I've seen evidence from all levels of government that everyone is leaning in very strongly. The state government has formed a whole directorate really specifically focused at housing as a challenge that confronts us. So every indication we have is that they're looking for all levels of government. We all need to work together very strongly to solve this. I can't give you any guarantees about what other governments may or may not do, but as I've said, the indications are that in the work with my teams on every layer, every part of council, there is a lot of active work together to produce outcomes. There's nothing that I've seen that shows that people are turning away pushing problems back to us. We all need to play our part in the ways that we can and with the resources that we can within our various layers of government to solve the problems that we have.
That's great, thank you very much. And I appreciate we can't guarantee what other levels of government might do, but I'll take from your answer, we've got the strength in our framework and our plan to engage with them fully. So that's good. And I guess a similar question, and again through you, Mr. Mayor, to who may be able to answer, will we be able to advance more quickly our collaboration and our work with a whole range of community groups, community organisations, and indeed even private landowners to achieve things that we're not achieving yet, how we might achieve micro-communities, or how we might be able to achieve solutions around multiple occupancy of a particular property or land area.
Can I go to you on that, Deborah? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you, Councillor Law, for the question. There are a number of levers that Council has that we're able to pull in this space, and a number of those levers look towards, as Wendy's already mentioned, the planning scheme and a range of other areas that we can look to. A number of pieces of work that we are doing around our local laws, and also looking at the opportunities through the planning scheme has already been mentioned. We've got a new scheme. It's a good opportunity for us to have a look at what that might look like. In terms of looking at the availability of land and what can happen in terms of different forms of housing and different forms of housing stock and diversity of that housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you for that. One of the other questions I have is, we know that on census night there were 13,000 vacant dwellings on the Sunshine Coast. And if we stop and consider what that might mean, and if we're generous about why they might be empty and assume there are, say, 6,000 vacant dwellings on the Sunshine Coast on any given night, what more can we do to try and bring those homes into the market to do something about affordable housing and to do something to release stress and pressure so that fewer people are forced to sleep rough and live on the streets?
Can you answer that, Wendy?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just start by talking about the statistics about what actually vacant dwellings are first to maybe help understand it more fully. So vacant dwellings are unoccupied dwellings on the night of census, and unoccupied dwellings could be for a range of reasons. They include just residents temporarily away from the dwelling for that evening who are normally residing on the coast permanently. It can include a dwelling that is vacant or currently for sale. It could represent a dwelling that is derelict and unoccupied, and it also can indicate a dwelling used as a holiday home and is not occupied. So there's a number of circumstances where those houses deemed to be unoccupied, but they actually are being used as permanent residential homes. The census information has two sort of data sets. They do an enumerated data set and to indicate where people are on census night. So it's to track where people are, away from home and where those locations may be. There was an assessment, a very broad assessment done by the ABS in relation to with SGS Economics and Planning to try and unpack unoccupied dwellings, but it was done in 2017 for all of Australia, and so we've got some statistics generally about what that might mean statistically if you applied that to the Sunshine Coast, but it's not an exact, documentation of that. And, generally 5% of houses are for sale, 10% are for rental, both short and long term, 5% are being repaired or being altered in some way, so people can't reside in them. 23% approximately are holiday homes, less than 2% are awaiting demolition, and 43% of those properties is where the resident is absent. So, so in terms of the scale, it's a very small proportion of homes that, would be under that rental short term and holiday home. Not to say it doesn't have an impact on people and the ability for reducing access to affordable housing choices for people as a permanent rental occupation. The holiday home market is quite diverse, so we do have homes that may not be suitable for permanent rental, or they're marketed quite differently, and then we have others that obviously may be suitable for permanent residential. And council, through the transitory accommodation setting of that rates, has tried to, market indicate to the community to help make those choices, to make those more permanent rental. Deborah might want to add some more in relation to that, but that's a basis of that. So that stat doesn't indicate that all of those properties are in the holiday or not available for permanent rental for whatever reason.
Councillor Lord, just before you carry on, Deborah, you might answer this for me and the benefit of the gallery. The census was in 2021. There's a lot of homes being built since then, and clearly a lot of population growth as well. At what point does a new home put on the list to make that one of those categories?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, once we've issued a certificate of occupancy, so the building certify that the building is suitable to be occupied, so then it becomes a dwelling available for residential use or alternative use, depending on the circumstances.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Law.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the clarification of what that may look like. One of the additional questions that was put to the report were the number of approved lots or approved building, just approved lots. And the answer came back that we have over 6,000 approved lots for dwellings and over 6,000 multiple dwelling units. So that's around 12,000 approved lots on the books today, right now. And I got a couple of questions around that. It makes me think of this notion of land banking. Can you describe to me what is land banking? And can you give us an indication of those more than 12,000 approved development applications for a building lot? How old are they? Because I'm aware of some in the Nambour area that have been approved since 2003 and are yet to be built. So just how much is there that the market hasn't built? And what is land banking? Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you for the question, and through to you, Mr. Mayor. I think on one of the slides that Wendy had, she used the word complex, and this is a very complex situation for all concerned. The reality is that in seeking approvals for development, particularly if it's related to greenfield residential sites, developers are virtually obliged to apply for larger rather than smaller areas, simply because the infrastructure needed to support those areas can only be assessed properly when the full development potential is understood. So it is commonplace for developers to seek approvals for quite expansive areas, and then they draw down on those progressively. The extent to which some developers choose to proceed or not to proceed is driven by factors that are well beyond anything that we have any influence or control over. And they're usually to do with when a project is financially viable or when the market is right, and the development community is constantly keeping its finger on the pulse there. And often it comes down to their access to finance, etc. And so the Planning Act enables approvals to be issued and then application to be made to continue what's called the currency of that approval for as long as the developer effectively seeks to. There is an opportunity with the way the Planning Act is now structured for councils to effectively not extend that, but you have to have a pretty good reason why that is the case, and particularly it usually relates to whether your planning scheme has changed in the meantime to provide a sound basis for council considering that's no longer an appropriate outcome. The extent to which the large number of approvals currently unexercised on the Sunshine Coast is of concern. Is that we've been through. I think last year the use of the word unprecedented was unprecedented. We've been through an unprecedented period, and the development community would have been producing, I would suspect, more lots at a faster rate had they been able to secure the materials, the labour, the finance, etc. And the newspapers are basically covering every day the failure of building companies. There were 2 that collapsed just yesterday across Australia, some very large ones indeed, and it's an indication of, strangely enough, in the most prosperous of times when you see the most numbers of businesses fail. And so it's been a significant challenge for the development industry to continue to supply over the last couple of years. I would say that some of those developers are in the position to bank that land if they so choose. They probably haven't had that option in the last couple of years. They've only been able to release what they could in a tight market, and the test will come in the years ahead as, hopefully, prices start to decline, pressure comes off, and they have the ability to start turning out product again at a pace that we would think appropriate to ensure affordability remains a strong factor in their decision about what to build and at what price point to release it. So I can't say right now that we have evidence of very many developers, particularly land banking, but the test will come in the months and years ahead, and those numbers are real. In fact, I suspect those numbers don't actually include the approvals issued by Economic Development Queensland in Caloundra South, where there's a further 13,000 lots have been approved, only half of which have actually been taken up, either built on or in the process of being built on. And so there will be a significant test there in the time to come, whether the releases in that area continue apace as we would expect them to deal with the growth that we have, or whether the supply is metered to keep the price artificially high. At this point in time, can't say whether that's the case, but that's a circumstance we will keep an eye on.
Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr Mayor, a final question, if I may, before speaking to the motion. If I speak for a homeless person who might be looking at this report and this plan that we've put together, what's changed? What difference will there be for me tomorrow? Is someone able to...
Councillor Law, I'd be happy to attempt to answer that for you. I think it's worth noting, and particularly for our members of the public in the gallery, that providing housing is not really a council responsibility. Councils don't... Please listen. Councils don't collect rates from ratepayers with a view to investing that in housing. And that's never been council's role. The fact is, we're in an unprecedented crisis, brought about by the things as James just indicated: a lack of materials or very high priced materials, a lack of labour or very high priced labour, financing challenge in a rapidly increasing interest rate market, and the collapse of many long-term builders. Now, the reality is housing, and social housing in particular, has always been provenance of state governments. That's what you pay your taxes to the state government for, in a variety of ways. You'll be interested to know that on the Sunshine, across Queensland, about 4% of total housing stock is social housing, so housing provided by the state government. In SEQ, it's about 3.6%. On the Sunshine Coast, it's 2%. So we're half of what the state average is, and you can speculate on the reasons for that. But again, I just repeat, council does not collect rates with a view to building social housing. That notwithstanding, we 11 around this table, are the 11 who look our community in the eye every day, and our community is constantly raising questions with us about action for council to take. Now, one of those questions in recent times has been around housing, and everybody wants council to do something about housing. Now, there's a lot of them who want us to do something as long as we don't put it anywhere near them. And that's a problem in itself. But council understands that problem. We understand that our community is desperate to see solutions. So what will change with this policy is that council is now putting its foot on the sticky paper and saying, we believe we have a role to play and we can help. And we can help in a variety of ways. We own land. If you're a ratepayer, you own that land. That hasn't got it's a vacant parcel of land. We can rezone that with a view to providing more homes on that parcel of land. We've got to be careful in those situations that council isn't seen to be taking advantage of a situation in that we're not providing the same opportunities to the private sector constructors. So we need to work that through in terms of reasonable planning. We can engage with the state and federal government, who I might add, again for your reference, collect 97 cents in every dollar of taxation paid in this country, 97 cents. The balance of that, the 3 cents, is what councils collect. So we need the state and federal governments, and to their credit, they've put funding packages in place. Typically, I mean, we're dealing with government, and typically these things take a lot longer than they might in the private sector. But we will rely on state and federal government funding to assist us in building homes for people to live in. And already we've got a couple of sites that we've earmarked that can cater for between 60 and 100 people. As we heard earlier, the building of some of those places will take potentially a year. Hopefully we can do it faster than that. So Councillor Law, I think that is one major difference. This isn't a problem that's going to be solved overnight, maybe not even over the next decade. We are starting to see some promising changes in terms of current housing use, with more houses, I think nearly 1,000 houses in the last month becoming available for rental on the Sunshine Coast. And that's just moving from sort of 1% vacancy to 1.7% vacancy. So I think it's really useful and great that we've got a full gallery here today to hear and understand what those challenges are, because it really is quite significant. Does that help answer your question?
That helps.
Thank you. Can I move now to Councillor Law to continue?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for giving the time for to answer those questions. Because as I now speak in support of the motion, and I urge my colleagues to support the motion as well, because I've not heard anyone disagree that we're in a housing crisis. We've got many people and organisations, including this council, who want to create solutions and create solutions urgently. And this is a problem that has been generating not just recently, but potentially has been generated over the last 30 and maybe even 50 years that we've arrived at this position. So it's going to take a lot more than one council trying really hard to make a difference. You shared with us that this region has 2% of public and social housing, 4% across the rest of the country. And if I just think about social housing for a moment, and that being the responsibility of other level governments to provide, if we go back through the ABS data, and if we find ourselves in 1956, 22% of all houses built were built for social and public housing. And back at that time, 73 homes were built in the year, and 16,000 were social public housing. If we come forward to 1971, it'd gone down to 13.2% of state government built homes across the country, which is 18,000 homes of a total of 142,000. And if we come to 2019, just before the unprecedented experience of COVID, the state governments across the country were providing 1.1% of all houses built. for the social and public housing sector. That's 2,200 homes. And that particular year, there were over 200,000 homes built. So that's a problem of the market not having the right kind of supply in place to create a genuine market of supply and demand. And I believe that our supply side, which is about why I was trying to really understand some of those so-called land banking, and we've got many approvals but they're not being built, is what's going on the supply side. Other levels of government have walked away from it based on those numbers. And I hope that when the state government starts to build and the federal government starts to build, that they will build here and not leave us with the leftovers again. Because while we have a beautiful place to live and we have got a very vibrant economy, we have got a serious problem with affordable housing. And if we cannot provide affordable housing, we won't have anywhere for key workers to live. Never mind allowing people who've lived here and grown up here their whole life and have to move away or live with mum and dad until they're 40. That's not the kind of community I believe we're trying to build. I also want to stress, if I may, that this is an action plan. It's not a strategy, it's an action plan. What are we going to do tomorrow? And yeah, I asked the question, what will be different tomorrow? But what will be different is we are bringing together the elements from every single strategy, our 3 pillar strategies that are the foundation of the work we do, from the community strategy, from the environmental and livability strategy, and from our regional economic development strategy. Contained in all those 3 items, they've all got bits to do with housing, and they've all got work that they're doing to help people who are homeless, sleeping rough, or in severe housing stress. And this document has extracted all of that information, built it all together, so that as a council, no matter which part of council you are, whether it's me as an elected representative or any member of our staff, to have a point of reference to go to know how to respond to this situation. And I'm very grateful for that. And the next time when I'm talking to the housing department, which I've done many times over the last 3 years, they can no longer say to me, well, you haven't got an action plan, what are you doing? I'll be able to say, well, yes, I have now. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO, that we've got on there that you will send this to the state government and you will let them know what we're trying to do. And we expect them to be at the table to help us.
Councillor Law, can I get you an extension? Someone to move. Thank you, Councillor Maria. Councillor Terry, all those in favour? Carry on.
Thank you. As I said, this has been something that has been brewing for a very, very long time, and I'm pleased that we've consolidated our strategies into an action plan to make a difference for our community so that we can all focus on it and do some more good work. In the report, you mentioned the Housing and Homelessness Action Directory. Now, this isn't new. This has been in existence since 2018, and we're on our 3rd edition. In the 3 years that I've been involved in trying to make a difference as well, we've supported a number of community organisations to either get their projects to happen, for example, through Coaster Bay, or we've worked with IFYS to take the emergency youth accommodation from 6 on the Sunshine Coast to 27. That is a significant leap forward. There have been only 6 beds for young people who are homeless or at risk of homeless and living on the streets. Only 6 beds, I think, for about the last 15 or 16 years. We've now got 27. And I know that we are working in many different ways that are often going unseen to try and make a difference for our community. Those who are trying to help themselves and those who want others to do it for them. But you're right also, Mr. Mayor, when you say people don't want it next to them. I don't want that near me. I don't want these things happening around my place. But as a community, we all need to be part of the solution. We've sent messages to the owners of holiday accommodation through the rating system. Now, we haven't been particularly supported by the media, I might add, who focus on the 50% increase on rates for short-term accommodation properties. Now, some properties must stay there because that's their building approval. and it's probably less than 200 from what I can gather, but other properties could be offered back into the permanent rental market and their rates would go down. But the thing that the media has overlooked is you could rent in peak holiday period for $7,000 a week. But people are complaining that the rates on a short-term accommodation has gone up just a few $100s per year, easily covered by one weekend's rental. So it is a very fair process to send our intentions of what we're trying to do. And of course, it gives us funds to provide the operational funding for Visit Sunshine Coast that brings the visitors in to be able to rent out the holiday property. So it's actually a really good return on their investment through the rating system. And it's actually very fair that that should be an additional contribution from people who benefit from the work that we do very directly. Personally, I remain confused that there are over 6,000 homes, for whatever reason, that sit empty. And I think as a community we've got something wrong there, and I hope that our action plan will urge people to consider what they're doing with their investments and their assets and how that may contribute to the whole community, so that we have an inclusive community that works together and actually tries to provide safe housing for people at risk. So that the many people across the Sunshine Coast who are living in extreme housing stress and are worried that they'll be the next person living in a car or a van or less, that they won't have to go and sleep rough on the streets. So I urge everyone to support this today, to give us that action plan based on all of our strategies so that we can clearly demonstrate to whoever comes to us that we are doing everything possible to give our contribution to everyone on the Sunshine Coast, so that children can stay here, those that want to, and live near their families, and people are not forced out of the area, and key workers can live here, because if we continue as we are, we won't actually be able to get the staff that we want to keep our economy going, so that we can continue to enjoy the lifestyle and the reasons that we love to be on the Sunshine Coast. So I appreciate your time and indulgence to give me an extra moment to speak, and I urge you to support the action plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Thank you, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you and good morning. And I think Councillor Law did pretty good. He covered a lot there that I may have covered. I just want to start by thanking the staff, because I know as an organisation through the CEO that staff have been working really hard on this. You know, for every news story that you see or newspaper article, they're working hard in the background to actually get some real change. And I know that because I've been at the workshops with them and I've actually seen the way that they put their passion into the job. And I think the first part to start on here is that we're all responsible. You know, we can all say it's state or federal government, or it's someone like Coaster Bay who, you know, do a fantastic job, by the way. It's someone else's problem, but the Mayor's hit at home today. It's actually everyone's responsibility, and for the first time, this council's now saying publicly, we're not pointing the finger, we're actually going to get involved. We're going to nominate some parcels of council land, public land, ratepayer land, and start to partner up to get some affordable housing delivered to the community. And, you know, that's the first time I've seen that, and that is an enormous task, because council doesn't have to do that, but we feel compelled to because it's the right thing to do. And I think everyone in this room, and I've not met a person yet who doesn't have a passion or, you know, doesn't care about homelessness or people doing it tough. Everyone wants to help, and I think we've all got different ideas about how we do that. So a person like me, I see a current affairs story about council evicting people from their homes, and that hurts. You watch that story and you try and explain to your wife or your family members why Sunshine Coast Council would be the villains and ask people to leave their homes when they're happy. And, you know, I ask the questions, well, why is that happening? Staff tell me they don't want to be doing that. You know, I know for a fact that our CEO, Emma Thomas, and Deborah Robinson actually went out and met with people on their property and went and saw them to actually walk them through some options. But I think there's more we can do. People talk about affordable housing. I'm yet to see it. I'm yet to see affordable housing. I see hundreds of new lots being developed out my way at Palmview, but people can't afford to buy them. They're very difficult to buy. I don't know how a person affords to do it. I know interest rates aren't as high as what they were in my parents' generation when they were getting home loans, but people are finding it really hard to even pay their electricity. In fact, with the rate increases recently, I've had people say to me, well, I'm actually not too worried about rates, it's the electricity bill. My electricity bill's just gone up 42%. Can't turn the electricity on at night time, you see the stories. It hurts. I think it hurts as a human being when you see those stories because you think, I'm feeling a bit helpless because I can't change that. But there are things that we can change, and I'm hoping as a group, and I feel that this group will do this, that whilst this is a great start, we've got room to move, and I'm hoping that we can advocate to the state government. And I've talked to Deborah Robinson about doing that, and I think from here we can, to talk about, is it possible to get more than an extra dwelling, a temporary dwelling on a property? Let's do that. You know, it doesn't have to be 15 or 20, you know, it can be a small start, and if everybody plays their part, and we've got a few landowners who want to come together and help out, which I believe humans want to do the right thing, most people want to do the right thing, we can actually help some people out. You know, on council I've been told about the missing middle and housing diversity, and I get it, we need a lot of different product. I've been told about it for a long time, but housing is changing. Not everyone, I want to get back to the point, not everyone can afford to buy a home. And I think it's getting harder. Actually, I've read some statistics recently that the Australian dream is all but gone. It's going to be very difficult for people in their 20s now to ever get in a home traditionally. So as a council, we need to be flexible. And I know it's hard, and I know there are rules, but we need to be passionate, and we need to advocate to the state government and state members. In fact, I'd love to see state members on the Sunshine Coast actually come out and have a solid opinion about people in some of these smaller dwellings, these temporary dwellings, which a temporary dwelling is actually someone's permanent home. They're saying it's not temporary anymore. They're saying this is probably where I'm going to live the rest of my life, and that's okay. They're not hurting me. They're not hurting anybody else. So I could ramble on. I could ramble on a lot here, but the key point is that, first of all, I'm proud that council are doing something. I'm proud of that because we can turn up today and say, you know, we're actually doing something to make a change. And I know a lot of people in our community will say it's an action plan and it probably doesn't do enough, but like the Mayor says, it gets us started. We actually have that plan. I'm aware of a number of council parcels on the Sunshine Coast that could be used for affordable housing or emergency accommodation or whatever we call it, but we have a chance to help people. Mr Mayor, I'll leave it there, but I just want to make the very clear point to the community because they're going to ask me, and they've emailed me about it. Christian, where do you stand on this? Do you support evictions? Do you support tiny homes and dwellings? I think there's work to do, and I'm certainly open to exploring those opportunities in council, and I want to be part of the solution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Landsberg.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd just like to rise to support my fellow councillors and also the Mayor. I think explaining, obviously, the impact of, obviously, the cost of living and what we are responsible for as a council in a position where we are in regards to state and federal government's position is extremely difficult. The aspirations of our REDS policy is around affordable housing, and it's an absolute priority that we continue to work with our private sector for obviously relationships to look at underutilised land that we can further develop. The NRAS that I know our officer just spoke about there, the figures of NRAS was from 2008 to 2026 was to deliver 50,000 properties under that allocated scheme for assistance. Only 36,000 properties to date have been delivered. So that's a true reflection on state and federal government's position on offering, you know, further social support within our region. We spoke about on average 2% of social housing is obviously delivered here on the Sunshine Coast to the state average of 4.2%. We have been, and it's not probably a word to say, but we've been a victim of our success. We've had the highest rate of interstate migration over the last couple of years, and we've seen property prices absolutely explode. We know we cannot control market prices, we cannot control rental prices. It's extremely difficult for us as councillors. I know Councillor Cox and myself have personally helped fund Roofs to Recovery, And Councillor David and myself went on Tuesday night to a premiere of that, and looking at women over 55 and the critical numbers that we're going to see in women over 55 that are going to need, obviously, accommodation in the future. It was absolutely a very a documentary that really hit home to us, and I thank David for, obviously, his work on the night, participating in the Q&A panel. But overall, I know we offer development incentives within our CBDs, and I look forward to promoting that. A great bit of work for an action plan. As Councillor David spoke about, what do we do next? Advocacy, advocacy and advocacy, working with our, obviously, private sector, working with our state government representatives, and to see some outcomes for this. So I look forward to the rest of the support from my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Madam CEO, fellow councillors, staff and members of the community. This is an issue which has been discussed significantly within this council, and as a result, we've brought forward the Housing and Homeless Action Plan. Now, the Homeless and Action Plan, today we've heard about what we're doing for the future, we've heard about the past, we've heard about the problems that people are having, etc. I'd like to ask our Executive Leader for Deborah Robinson for Customer and Planning Services, because I think there is a general misunderstanding within the community of what can happen currently in relation to accommodation for secondary dwellings, caravans, buses, etc. Would you like to explain that, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston, through you, Mr Mayor. So as we currently sit here today, all the policies that we have in place, so on a single residential block of land, you can have your own dwelling house, you can have a secondary dwelling. Some of those may require approval, but our planning scheme sets out very limited control over those. And you can also have a temporary dwelling, whether that be a caravan, a bus, a tiny home, a car. You can also have a temporary dwelling on a property as well for up to 18 months. That's the current situation at the moment. So you can have 3 different products on a particular property under our current regime at the moment, where we stand right now.
Where do I go after that?
So the next question is in relation to those provisions. Would a temporary or tiny home, which is not on wheels, as long as it's connected to an appropriate sewage or water system, is that a permanent dwelling? A second dwelling?
Through you, Mr Mayor, a tiny home, not on wheels, but connected to services, can also be a secondary dwelling.
Thank you. And does that also apply to the rural zone?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes it does.
So thank you very much, Ms Robinson. What that really means is that there is a lot of capacity out there for people with private land, properties, to help solve this problem. And I think that there's a general lack of knowledge of that. And I'm hoping that today, together with other media that may come out, that'll be better explained to the community, because that's part of the solution too. A lot of the things that we are currently doing are going to take some time to implement and to put in place. In the meantime, there's a lot of people that need accommodation now. And there's a general belief that we don't allow tiny homes. That's not true. And in actual fact, later in the meeting, there are a number of petitions that have been sent to some of us. Councillor Law will be presenting them in relation to this issue. So firstly, I'd like to thank everybody for the work they've done so far. I know that every person in this room is concerned about this issue and wants to find a solution. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think a lot of facts are coming out that have been misrepresented in the media, and council's been misrepresented over a fair period of time. I would also like, especially that one Christian mentioned on the television, I saw the tail end of that, never let the facts get in the way of a good beat-up. That's the thing that came across my mind straight away, because the facts are what we do allow on the town plan at the moment were totally ignored, which I think was misrepresentative of the truth. I'd also like to congratulate Councillor Law for his speech on this before, well researched, well articulated and delivered. I congratulate you for that. That was one of the best I've heard you do. Now, looking at this issue, we all have compassion for the issue, and how we move forward is our difficulty, because as local government has said before, we're only 3% of total tax revenue in Australia. The state and Commonwealth have 97%, and they have primary responsibility for this area. And as David pointed out before, over the last 30 years or more, those governments have been stepping back and delivering less and less. And that's compounded the problem we've got at the moment, coming out of COVID and with the rapid population growth. That's where the deficiencies happen. So our advocacy to those levels of government to step up is the appropriate action we need to take as a council. Because our ability to solve this ourselves on that small share of the tax base is nearly impossible. But we're doing what we can. Now, our thing here is to have actions, strategies and responsibilities undertaken by the Commonwealth and state governments in relation to housing and homelessness recognised, and we need to advocate and pressure them to come to the fore and do what they're supposed to do. It's your taxes that they're collecting, but they haven't been investing in this for how long? And it's caused a deficit over time, and that's why we've got the situation we've got at the moment. So we're advocating quite correctly to those levels and wanting to be constructive and positive with them to bring this to the fore and actually get that 2% up to where it should be, the 4.3%. That's the problem we've got on the coast here. Now, also, we've got over 148,000 private residences on the coast here, just to give you context of the size and scale of the issue. The other thing is the private sector is a major contributor in all of this for the delivery of housing and associated infrastructure. So it's important the council works with the private sector through advocacy. So we're doing that with the community groups, and we've got, they're there when they are doing developments. We've got rebates and things where we don't charge them the full thing to help them provide those things. Council's doing what it can within its limited capacity. So what it basically comes down to is we're primarily concentrated on building the capacity of community organisations to assist with the delivery of homelessness services, which we're doing, and that's been articulated here today. That's why we have a grants program, that's why we have rebates and reduced cost on development fees to help those actually deliver there. And we're doing what we can in our capacity as a planner. But when you look at the development side of things, we've got to look at where we put these things. There's no use having it across the countryside where there's a total lack of public transport and people's tyranny of distance to get to the supermarket, get their kids to school, the shopping and all those sort of things. We've got to look in a town planning sense, because that is us having our responsibility towards the welfare of those people, where we allow these things to happen, where they get placed. So they've got the access to the services they need on a daily basis. If you just let this go rampant across the countryside, you create an even bigger problem. So we've got that responsibility. Now I'm putting my financial hat on. Council receives over 300 million in rates revenue. A 1% rate rise only generates $2.7 million. The scope of delivering to this problem here is way beyond our scope, even if we had the desire and wanted to. Because bringing that housing stock up, that would cost millions, billions. Council hasn't got that scope. Our total budget's $1 billion. And we've got to deliver all the other services as well.
Councillor, you should continue.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing it out for the audience here, because we're with you. We share this passion, but we've got responsibility as well on how we do this and how we take it forward and do it responsibly. No, I'll say to you, I'm wholeheartedly supporting this today. This is our step forward. We've got an action plan and our advocacy at those levels of government to get this issue looked at. So I wholeheartedly support this today.
Thank you, councillor. Just for the benefit of those councillors following, you should direct your message through the chair, please. Councillor O'Prey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. Firstly, thank you to the staff for this presentation. Well overdue. And of course, thank you to David Law, Councillor David Law, for taking the lead on this, and the way you spoke there today, mate, you should be very proud of what you've done today, very, very much so. Congratulations to you. Mr Mayor, I'd like to share a little bit of an experience that I've had in our backyard, in my backyard here at Cotton Tree, where homelessness isn't always about somebody sleeping rough. Homelessness can also include people sleeping in their cars. And my daughter, JJ, now 14, has experienced her friends sleeping in the mum's car, brushing their teeth, brushing their hair, getting ready for school at Cotton Tree Park amenities. This isn't on. This is embarrassing. I'm first to provide wonderful acclamation for the Sunshine Coast when it's doing great, but when it's going poorly, we need to own up. We absolutely need to own up, and I think that this is about homelessness on different levels for me. And I'll give you an example. We talked about the stress point on some of those pages in the report show that 30% is the stress point for families. Now, if you're a mum and a dad on an income and a half, and you're on around about $50,000 to $60,000 a year, you've got to find $400, $420 a week to find some accommodation in rent. I had a look on realestate.com. Let me tell you what you can get for $400. You can get a 2-bedroom place at Timbiwa. You can get a 1-bedroom unit at Karoy. There's a flat of sorts at Mount Coolum, or a 1-bedroom at Caloundra. You just simply can't do it, and that's why people are falling into the backseat of their cars. It's unaffordable, even at people who can work state. And that's sad. That's an embarrassment to our Sunshine Coast. And I'm so proud that this Sunshine Coast Council is somewhat taken up a bit of the slack of the state government. Where is the state government on this? And providing this housing and homeless action plan for 2023, because we have limited funds and we need to act. These families that are getting dressed for school at Cotton Tree Park are also eating at places like the Maroochydore Neighbourhood Centre, which provide a wonderful service to communities like that. And these are my kids' peers. And I don't have an instant solution, but what the solution may be early, and as David said earlier, what happens tomorrow, there's so many backyards in the Sunshine Coast, and Old Maroochydore particularly. Those backyards, we're sitting on 500-600 square metres, the houses at the front, there's access to the back. We need to be nailing them with granny flats. We need to be nailing them, if we can, with tiny homes and any sort of flatting and accommodation service that we can provide in and around this area. So mum that's got a job that can't afford a house can actually have some accommodation so that she can go and not only serve the community, but serve a family. And I just want to applaud this report, and I want to say thank you very much to the council staff for putting this together, and I'll so much be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you to the staff. I know a lot of work's gone in preparing this action plan. You've had to understand the pressures, you've had to understand the market, and then you've had to try and come up with solutions. Excuse me. Mr Mayor, I'd just like to ask a few questions to begin with. Councillor Law asked about what changes with this action plan, and this plan has identified some short-term changes and some also long-term activities that we can do to try and address the market. I thank Councillor Johnston for asking the question he did about what every residential property can do on the Sunshine Coast in terms of number of dwellings. And I'd just like to seek clarification that that is actually a recent change. Previously, there were some more restrictions on what you could do. So I'm not sure if I'm addressing the question to Wendy or to Deborah to speak about what those changes involved.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez. Through you, Mr Mayor. The recent changes that Council has undertaken has been a number. So, as Wendy's already mentioned, secondary dwellings. So, up until about 12 months ago, anyone living in a secondary dwelling, which it was usually termed a granny flat back in the day because it was generally for granny or someone else to live in on the property, had to have a person who was a relative of the people living in the front of that, the main dwelling house. So you had to be a relative. We wrote to the state government, we spoke to them at length, and we wrote to the state government and urged them to look at that definitional change, because we knew that there were people living across our coast that weren't relatives of the people who lived in the main dwelling. And why did it matter anyway? So we wrote to the state government and advocated, along with a number of other councils, for that change to the legislation, and that actually occurred. So now we have a situation where you can have a granny flat in your backyard, a secondary dwelling, where anyone can reside in that property. The other change that we recently made was to our local law, and that change, we always had in our local law that you could have a temporary accommodation on your property, but that we were charging a fee to make an application to us for that temporary dwelling. We recently changed it so that, given the hardship provisions, that there's no fee applicable, and we also look to expand that to more than just temporary dwelling houses. It could be a range of other types of properties, dwellings that could be on that property. So they were the two changes that we have effected. In terms of what we're looking at the moment, we're looking at a range of other options through looking at what we can do in terms of our local law. There are some things we can't do because they don't actually comply with the state legislation. So there are some things that we just can't do under our current regime, but there are many things that council could do in terms of its local law, and looking at what levers we can pull in terms of our local law, and that's a piece of work that is being undertaken at the moment by Wendy in that space. So thank you.
Thank you. Carry on,
Thank you.
Councillor.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Another question that I have, because the problem is now and the pressure is today. So that's one example of what we can do, which comes into effect immediately. The other question I have is about, kind of relates to Councillor Law's question about land banking. Now, when we have these large greenfield sites that predominantly operate under a priority development area under the state government, are there provisions for those developments to deliver affordable and social housing?
Thanks, James.
The development scheme that EDQ has prepared, Economic Development Queensland, through you, Mr Mayor, for Caloundra South has provisions in it around the delivery of affordable housing, 25% stretch target it is called, and it has a requirement for the provision of 5% of social housing and 10% of what's called universal housing, so housing designed to cater for the needs of people who are probably have some form of disability that requires a dwelling that is designed to enable them to access that dwelling more appropriately. In terms of the progress against those targets, we are told by EDQ that the progress against the affordable housing target is being satisfactorily achieved. We have asked for that information and never received it. And that's just the circumstance we find ourselves in, and we've got no ability to make anything change in that sense. What we do know is that to date there's been no delivery of a social housing outcome in Caloundra South. There are endeavours to do so at this point in time, but none have yet come to fruition. I'm not sure where they're at around the universal design component, but that's being pursued by us as well. It's a matter that we inquire regularly about. We know those targets are there. We are not neither the planning agency or the development assessment manager. We, however, are responsible for ensuring that the infrastructure is delivered in Caloundra South meets council standards, has been delivered in accordance with the agreement that we have, and through that process of continual dialogue, we are constantly questioning the state about the achievement of those targets, to have them ever mindful of the need for them to deliver on the outcome they're seeking to see delivered on that site.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question, if I may. You mentioned the Aura site, which have those targets, and that's obviously targets for the full development, and you said no social housing has been delivered in that area at this stage. How many dwellings have been delivered, or how many blocks of land have been delivered?
At the present point in time, of the projected 20,000 dwellings that can occur in Aura in the long term, our understanding is roughly 6,500 dwellings have been delivered or are in the process of being delivered. I think there are approximately 13,000 lots approved, on half of which a dwelling is either already located or the lot is in the process of being serviced, and in some cases built on. But as Wendy mentioned before, we're not advised of the availability of that lot until what's called plan sealing, so when it's established from a survey purpose. Our information and our most reliable source of information in this regard is our plumbing certificates that we issued, and there's roughly about 4,500 plumbing certificates being issued, so they are reliably a dwelling that's being utilised at the moment. So there's always a lag from approval to construction to occupancy, but that's it, 13,000, 6,500 underway, or with a house on it, and of which 4,500 are effectively occupied, leading to around 11,000 to 12,000 people currently living there.
Thank you for that. And I guess that also demonstrates, and to the Mayor's point, council isn't the responsible entity to deliver social housing. That's not what the rates are for, but we don't have oversight of the development under a PEA because that's under the state government. What can we do to get some visibility about these targets that are supposed to be met on those greenfield development sites?
As I mentioned, we regularly, at least every year, if not more often, request that the information that EDQ claims it is being collected from Stockland around its progress be made public. We continue to request. That request could go through higher channels. I'm not sure if it would have any result. I think at the present point in time, the state is examining every opportunity available to it to ensure that affordable and social housing is high on its list of priorities. So it's an area where the state itself is probably looking at. At this point in time, we've got no way of knowing until we hear where its investigations are proceeding as to what's likely to be the outcome there.
Okay, thank you. Just another question. We have some figures in here from the research that you've done, Wendy, on the housing mismatch, where we've got a statistic that for every 5 dwellings, only 2 are considered appropriate for the household size, and that is essentially a 3 or 4 bedroom or 5 bedroom house with only a single person occupying that house or a couple. We are looking at providing housing diversity to have those types of houses or townhouses or units that have a smaller number of bedrooms that would be able to provide a more affordable rental or affordable purchase price in our new planning scheme. Sorry, I probably should direct this to Deborah through you, Mr. Mayor. So with our new planning scheme, I know it's, we haven't quite gotten to the draft. We had a lot of feedback from our community. What are we looking to do in terms, like what things in our planning scheme, our future planning scheme, will be addressing that housing diversity to make sure that we've got appropriate dwellings for the number of people that are inside them?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez. I might revert to Steve Patey, who could probably answer that more clearly on the planning scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Suarez, you're correct. There's a number of actions we're looking to take in the new planning scheme to help address some of the housing challenges that we face. And as Wendy identified, a lot of those challenges, or the potential solutions to those challenges, relate to the provision of a more diverse range of housing. So some of the things we're looking at in terms of the new planning scheme is just generally increasing housing supply in the existing urban area by reviewing zoning allocations and height allocations to provide more opportunities for redevelopment of existing sites and better development of vacant sites. We are also looking at introducing a new zone, which will be the low medium density residential zone, which will provide more opportunities for what is colloquially referred to as the missing middle, or these smaller scale, might be dual occupancies, triplexes, that sorts of thing. We're also looking at enhancing the way the low density residential zone currently operates by providing more opportunities for some types of housing in addition to dwelling houses, so things like secondary dwellings and dual occupancies. We've also looking at more generally council's land holding and the provisions in the planning scheme and how they apply to the development of that land to potentially make more of it available for community and social housing projects in the future. And we're also looking more generally at the incentives that apply to community housing providers when they deliver projects under the planning scheme. So the new planning scheme is intended to include a whole range of initiatives that will both increase housing supply but also increase the diversity of housing available on the Sunshine Coast currently.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I may speak to it now. Thank you very much for the information that you guys have provided, the further answers you've given. The plan does reflect those short-term actions. It does reflect our long-term actions, because we're not going to solve this overnight. And that plan really focuses on what council can do, apart from the advocacy piece. So through that advocacy piece, we will be pushing the state and federal governments for more assistance. And then collectively as a community, we each have the opportunity to put on a secondary dwelling on our property or allow someone to have a temporary home for 18 months on our property. I would like to acknowledge the work that David Law has done for many years in the lead up to this action plan. He's been probably the most vocal advocate for, apart from the Mayor, sorry Mr Mayor, through your Housing and Homelessness Forum. He's worked really hard over the last few years, and I just wanted to acknowledge the work and the effort that he's provided, and the Mayor as well with the forums, and the work you do, Mr Mayor, with the state government. I know you certainly push them quite hard in that regard. So yes, I'd like to just support the report and thank you all for the work that you've done, and we'll wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First, I'd like to ask a question, if I may, just to illustrate a point that's been, I think, very well made about social housing and the quantum of it on the Sunshine Coast and its history. So, if I may, I'd ask the question, why didn't the dramatic shortfall between what should be around 4.2% of the state average and our percentage of social housing being around 2%, could the officers give a shot at explaining why didn't this dramatic shortfall become apparent until now? A tough question, and I could answer it myself, but I thought I'd give you a shot.
I'm happy to respond to that, Councillor. I think it's probably got a lot to do with politics. And there are representatives of state and federal governments in the Sunshine Coast who need to share some more of that burden, because they're in a position to make a real difference. Now, you could combine that also with the fact that the Sunshine Coast is a very fast-growing area, and the state may claim they just haven't had the capacity to keep up with the pace. That isn't going to change anytime soon. This is a very desirable place where people want to live, and they're going to continue to move here. We don't have mechanisms to necessarily stop them from moving here, but nor should we be sticking our head in the sand and ignoring the reality of that when, you know, we do have the opportunity either to directly, as we're talking about here this morning, or indirectly through our own advocacy to state and federal governments about what's necessary. However, this is a problem right across the country, and the shortage of materials brought about by war and pandemics, and the shortage of labour brought about by similar things, and perhaps a significant cohort of those people making a decision to retire during COVID, you know, doesn't assist in our ability to see more houses built. And I think, as Wendy said earlier, you know, what used to be 7 months is now 12 months. So I hope that provides some insights into why the Sunshine Coast is only at half the state average in terms of total housing supply being for social housing.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I asked that question deliberately to expose how complex it is and how difficult it is to zone in on one factor. But I wanted to point out that the market was able to provide something at the bottom at the end of the market. When I first moved here, we moved into the very cheapest flat that we could find on the coast in order for us to be able to save to get a deposit for a home. If I was to try and do that now, I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to find one. So that just illustrates that we've gotten, to some extent, away with having the market participate at that very bottom end of the market, which should be now provided or should have been provided by social housing. And I think it's really important to understand, whilst this is a very complex subject, and rightly, at this point, most of us feel a sense of betrayal, a sort of a real deep sense of how did we get here? This is not who we are. This is not what we are as a human community, to have people in a position where they literally can't find somewhere to live. So rightly, we're to some extent not just embarrassed, we're outraged. But obviously there's not a lot of value in just continuing to be outraged. So I'm incredibly pleased that we've stepped into this space. And we've stepped into this space because that's what governments do when markets fail. That's a principle of our ideology as a community of human beings. If the market fails, we'll step in as governments. So it's absolutely right that we are in this space. And I'd like to really commend the officers and the team that had to literally get up to speed on this complex subject and present it to us in an action plan, dealing with some of the complexity where historically we haven't been in this space. So they've had to learn very, very quickly. Is all of the information complete? I would suggest no, it isn't. But if we wait for it all to be complete, all in place, that would be too long. And we'd find ourselves out of step with the community expectations, because they're really genuinely concerned that as a community of human beings, why are we here? And I would again say that there's no one thing, but I would personally have focused on the fact that big chunks of my family were in social housing when I was growing up. We thought nothing of it. It wasn't a stigma, it was just what it was. But the absence of social housing, when you look at the numbers, 2% represent less than 3,000 homes out of 148,000 homes. It should be around 7,000 homes. Imagine what 7,000 social housing capacity would have on the 1,200 people who are homeless. Imagine what that would do if we had kept up with that percentage as a region. And it is our job now as a community to basically say we've got to address social housing as a major component of this problem. It's not everything. You then move into affordable. But I'm not as concerned about affordable. I think there's going to be a lot more creative solutions in that space. But in the end, social housing is where you control the rent and the government controls what you do with that property. That needs to be there at about 4%. And it isn't. It's at 2%. So all of us have to do what we can to support any initiative from other levels of government and recognise, as Councillor Law said, this is decades in the making, but we got away with it for the decades because the market was able to provide that low-cost entry point for most people who needed it. It now doesn't, and we are now shocked into the recognition that, damn, we really should have been stepping up our social housing as a region progressively. I'd like to point out, though, that it isn't easy to locate social housing. In good times, people see that as a risk to their property, their quality of life, and they will tend to resist social housing being put next door to them. So again, I think we have to remind ourselves as a community of human beings not to stereotype, not to react on the assumption that people in social housing are going to be a problem or have an impact on the valuation or the quality of your life. As I say, most of my family lived in social housing for big chunks of their lives. We didn't think anything of it. We never thought any less of them. To be honest, it didn't matter.
Councillor, can I get you an extension?
No, I think I'm happy to conclude there.
Thank you.
I'm delighted that we're in this space. Thank you so much to the officers that had to step into this space of complexity and do such a good job of it. Councillors, I commend the report.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Excuse me. Around the table you have representatives of all the divisions of the Sunshine Coast. If we were to spend our time taking questions, we wouldn't get around to making decisions. We need your opportunity to engage with councillors prior to the meeting is encouraged so they can raise your issues. I'm going to go now to Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge all of the people in our community right across the country who are doing it tough at the moment. Cost of living has gone through the roof. Accommodation has become really difficult. Housing stress. And I really want to acknowledge how difficult it is. Reading this report and looking at the definition of homelessness, I realised that back in 2017 when we lost our business and lost our house, that me and my family fell into that category for 18 months living with my sister. So I get the difficult nature that people are faced with every day, with uncertainty, with not knowing how they're going to make ends meet, not knowing what the future lies. The word of temporary versus permanent is really an important point because that helps people deal with stress, anxiety, uncertainty. I want to thank my community, my division. As Councillor O'Prey mentioned, there are many people living homeless in my division. It's acknowledged. And I am aware that there have been some stress points, especially when there might be people who are suffering mental health issues and it's very evident. But overall, I want to thank the community for being tolerant and understanding of the difficult nature that we face ourselves. So that thanks goes to the community, especially in Division 4, that are exposed to a lot of homelessness that is happening. When I read the report, it didn't leave me much hope in terms of, with our major land holders that we have, with Caloundra South being owned by Stocklands, and then you look at Palmview, basically one massive developer there. And when we talk about supply and demand, in a free market, that changes. And it is supply and demand, but it's controlled. It's controlled by these developers in terms of the ability to be able to release these properties to maximise profit. They're not interested in affordability. They're not interested in anything else except their shareholders, the profits that they make, and the ability to be able to meet their expectations in terms of what they're on about. So in terms of them solving our housing problems, I don't have a lot of faith that they will be able to do that. In fact, we've seen that this model doesn't work. And it doesn't work now, and it hasn't worked in the last few years because they have not accelerated and put more land. They've got the ability to do that. And in fact, the cost of their land was nothing compared to what it is now. And yet, the cost of land has gone through the roof to the point where it's unaffordable for the majority of the people. The housing costs and the cost of constructing that land, I know, has gone up, but nowhere near the significant amount that the cost of the land has gone up over that period of time. So I have very little faith that when we have two major landholders here on the Sunshine Coast, that their ability to be able to release land. So maybe Beerwah East, and I know that there is hope that the state government can bring that parcel of land onto the market, and I hope that they don't fall into the same category, selling it to one big massive land developer. They need to split it up, and they need to be able to come up with a different method of being able to bring that land in a different model. The other part, talk about the new planning scheme. And again, all of these are years away, so they're not going to deal with the immediate problems that our community face today. But again, I have very little faith that it's going to drive affordability. We've got the urban corridor from Maroochydore to Caloundra along the most expensive land on the coast, and we're going to expect that we're going to come out of that with affordability. I struggle to understand. I heard one of the principal developer spokesperson before I went overseas talk about the fact that to make this able to work for them, we have to drop infrastructure charges and look at height. And again, I know that the council, apart from maybe working with community organisations to deliver affordable and community housing, that we won't be dropping infrastructure charges because that's just a massive cost to the community for us to do that. And when we talk about height, our community has real fears about becoming another Gold Coast and giving...
Councillor, can I get you an extension? Someone to move, please. Thank you, Councillor Johnston, the seconder. Councillor Dixon, thank you. Those in favour? Carry on.
Thank you. So, you know, my fear is that we're not going to get the affordability and the mix that we want because, again, it's all driven by market, by profits and by a whole range of other outcomes. You know, if we had land like Beerwah East, maybe the state government could hold a significant amount of land in different parts and hold it for social housing, for affordable housing. That's the way that they control the land. They can then make sure that the outcomes can work rather than leave it up to a developer where we can't even get information of whether their expectations or requirements are being met. So, you know, for me, I think I look at a couple of examples. When my parents first had their business in Caloundra in the 70s, a couple that worked for us, actually their choice of living was in the caravan park. They chose to live there and happily for the whole time. They didn't want to move into a house. That was a lifestyle choice that they had. And I think too often we want this, you know, our housing to be wrapped up into this beautiful, you know, 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, whatever it might be on a big block of land. But the fact is there are people out there who do and are happy to live in smaller, more different than what the average person might actually want. Caravans, tiny homes, and all of those other modular types of homes could be an option. If you drive along Mooloolaba, on Mooloolaba Drive, there's actually a little mobile home in amongst these mega mansions. It looks out of place, but you know, obviously it works well for those people that have got it. My parents lived in their home, Canal Block, 880 odd square metre block, in a 4-bedroom home for 23 years, 2 people occupying that home. Our houses have to be much more flexible. To convert that where they could still live and maybe rent a couple of rooms doesn't work with the fire rating issues that we've got. That should be looked at and developed differently so that they can be flexible. As people get older, then they could restructure and rebuild and rent part of those homes. It could be even their family members that want some more privacy could have that. But I think we we're not doing enough in terms of the immediate. As much as I love the fact that we're doing this, the immediate, you know, like council could consider approaching the state government about a temporary local planning instruments, or like they did with COVID-19 with temporary use licence arrangements that they had, where we could allow opportunities for people to be able to go outside of the planning scheme and have that temporary nature until we can bring in a permanent aspect. I think the state government got to get their head out of the sand in terms of people living in rural areas where there's people can live in large blocks of land, you know, 20 acres, and again, it could be a couple that live on that. Whereas you look at the areas where I live, you know, we're just all going to be crammed into these little areas. And there are people, again, like I said, with that couple that work for my parents, lifestyle choice, that people want to live in tiny homes, want to live in a rural area because of lifestyle, not because they're homeless or because they don't want. They could be living in a 4-bedroom home that want that type of lifestyle, and if there was a permanent opportunity for them to go out there, that would be great. Now, not every landowner who has a backyard will want to have a secondary dwelling or a tiny home or a caravan. Same in the rural sectors, but some people might have the capacity to have more than one. And the rule that only allows one at this stage on a very big property doesn't make sense to me. And the state government, I believe that we should be approaching the state government to say there are people who want that lifestyle choice, that want that permanent lifestyle, not a temporary, but a permanent lifestyle choice. And whatever, as long as it meets the regulations in terms of making sure that sewerage can be dealt with, then I personally believe that we should be much more flexible. And we could, as Councillor Johnson said, there is a lot of private land out there that immediately now, if we use and apply for these temporary provisions with the state government and move towards a permanent solution with our new planning scheme, we could bring on a lot more opportunities to be able to solve this problem immediately.
Councillor Johnston, you have a question?
A couple of questions to Deborah Robinson again, sorry. Mr Mayor, my questions are, firstly, in relation to rural properties or rural zoned land, Councillor Natalia has talked about, you know, having multiple temporary homes, etc., or homes on those properties. Is that just a council regulation, or is it a state regulation in relation to what you can and can't do?
Deborah, can I suggest you come up to the microphone up here, please?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your question, and through you, Mr Mayor. So, in a rural zoned land, you can have your dwelling house and you can have a secondary dwelling. And council, as I said before, has a local law which allows you to have another dwelling on that property in whatever form temporarily for up to 18 months. That's our current situation with our current local law. If you have more than one dwelling and one secondary dwelling on a property in a rural zone, it becomes a relocatable home park. That's the definition, that's the state definition. More than one becomes a relocatable home park. And under the state legislation, it is prohibited. People can't even make an application to have more than one, either house or secondary dwelling. So people can't even make application to this council because it is a state law that prohibits that happening on rural properties. As I said through you, Mr Moore, it's a state legislation.
Thank you.
The point is that we can't change it. Only the state can change state legislation. The second question is in relation to mobile temporary homes for up to 18 months. Why is there a limit of 18 months? And when it gets towards the end, can they apply for an extension?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Johnson, through you, Mr Mayor. The limit is 18 months. That's our current situation. They can apply, anyone occupying a temporary home can apply for a longer period of time, and I'm sure under the current circumstances, Council will favourably consider that. It's a temporary situation, which is why the 18 months was put in the first place. But as I mentioned before, when Councillor Suarez asked the question, there's some work that Wendy is currently doing to look at the levers that Council has around its local laws and what potentially could occur in that regard. So I don't want to say any more than that at this point because it is not an endorsed position of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Mr Mayor, for the indulgence to allow me to ask another question. Questions?
Okay, you asked a question, go on.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, and possibly for the CEO. In Part C of the recommendation, it says including the state government. Should that say including the state and federal government?
Can you?
I think I have no problem with that amendment or change to it through you, Mr Mayor, if that's what's requested.
Yeah, are you happy? You're happy with that to be part of your motion?
Yeah, I think it would give certainty that we do mean the federal government as well. Yeah.
Okay. Rightio, before I hand over to Councillor Law to wrap up, just a few final comments. I want to thank our staff very much for the work that's been done here. When I said earlier that, you know, Council's level of responsibilities do not include the construction and/or management of social housing, that's meant that a lot of our employees, who in addition to their normal jobs, are also now heavily engaged in these opportunities. And we're encouraging the state government in particular to make adjustments to their legislation so that more of these things can be facilitated. So our staff have done a really outstanding job. I want to thank the community groups as well that have participated in the mayoral roundtables, the churches, and all the groups that have made a contribution and demonstrated a real willingness and desire to help our community. And again, I make the point, this started back in 2019. So that's a fair bit of time, a fair bit of water that's gone under the bridge, but still we have significant challenges and they are continuing to grow. I want to also acknowledge the community housing providers who will play a critical role in Council's planning around utilising our land and indeed encouraging the state to utilise their land. They have significant land holdings on the Sunshine Coast that could be better used, as can our own, in terms of providing those housing options. The community housing providers will play a critical role in managing those properties in perpetuity. I mean, we're talking about housing that will belong to the community and be for the purpose of social housing long into the future, not short-term plans that wrap up after everyone's had a sugar hit, not plans that see those properties sold off in the future. This is about trying to provide critical housing of a social nature and indeed for essential workers. I mean, there are people who work in our community, school teachers, policemen, fireys, hairdressers, waiters, taxi drivers, who also need to be able to live close to where they work. And there are a whole raft of challenges that we'll be working closely on in terms of our next town plan around how we manage that as well. Again, I make the point there's no value to our broader community in forcing people to go and live in an area where they're forced to get into their car every day and drive back somewhere else to go to work. And that raises a range of challenges, and I've been delighted to pick up the responses of people here in this gallery today. We are, let's say, well governed in Australia, with a federal government, hear me out, a federal government, a state government and local government for a population of 26 million. Now, that does mean, because the public we serve are very high in their demands for integrity and scrutiny, and to deliver on that, it takes time. Now, if we'd like things to be done quicker, well, we'll have to operate in a different system. But what you can do as a councillor or as a member of the public is speak to your local state member and help them to understand, whether they're in the government or in the opposition. It'll be different at some point in the future, but please talk to them about what they're doing around investment in social housing. If they'd been doing their job and social housing on the Sunshine Coast was 4% of total properties rather than 2%, as Councillor Babarowski alluded to, there'd be homes for a lot more people. So that's important. At a federal level, there are significant sums of money being put aside. Let's make sure the Sunshine Coast doesn't miss out on its share. So again, I'd urge my colleagues to engage with our federal members to ensure that they understand the challenges that we're confronted with. We are, as has been mentioned, on the verge of a new planning scheme, and that planning scheme won't be a solution to all of our problems, but it will certainly need to be addressed in a different way to many of the planning schemes we've had in the past, as we recognise that the shape of our community is changing dramatically. There are far more individuals living or wanting to live in a property today as a single person than we've ever seen in the past. And that massive adjustment or massive shift in demographics is going to be a critical part of what we need to do into the future. So, councillors, I think we've demonstrated that we represent the needs and interests of our community, albeit with a range of limitations that prevent us from going as far as we would like to on some of these things, and that's where we need the support of the state government and the federal government. And those relationships we have with them are very important in getting the best outcomes. And I think the work that's been done here by our staff is really excellent, and it'll position our region as in terms of the engagement with the state government, and indeed in terms of what others can do, because once this resolution is passed today, and I'm sure it will be, other councils around the state, particularly in South East Queensland and indeed across Australia, will see this as an opportunity for them to follow as well, and hopefully that will mean more homes for people who need somewhere to live right now. So thank you, and I'll now pass over to Councillor Law to close. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor, and I want to thank my councillor colleagues for what sounds like your total support to endorsing this action plan. I will also share my gratitude to the staff team from many areas of council that I've worked with, and I know you have worked unbelievably hard to get to this point, to bring everything together into one consolidated plan for us to use and to refer to, no matter what work we're doing. And I also want to thank the community organisations and the individual community members that I've been working with to get us to this point as well, to explore and examine the possibilities and the options that might be available to us. And also to thank them for working with the staff team that I just mentioned to help us consolidate and work together with a very good plan to drive our future now. I just want to comment and make a clarification around, we've had a lot of commentary about the social housing. Now, I focused on that to demonstrate how the removal of social housing over the last 50 years has contributed to the market failure of housing provision. Because a lot of people who are in housing stress today and their multiple family incomes, it would actually leave them in a position where they would not be eligible for social housing. And yet they are in extreme housing stress and at risk of losing their homes for whatever reason. Now, if they were in fact eligible for social housing, depending on their personal circumstances and where they were prepared to live, would see them have to wait anything from 2 years upwards. We hear the stories of people who've been on the housing list for more than 10 years. So yes, we've been right to focus on that and require our other levels of government to deliver on social housing that they walked away from since the 50s, and they continued to walk away from in huge numbers when the monetarist policies of the 80s saw governments selling off social housing. And in those countries that had excellent housing stock available for rent for all people, it was simply sold off. And there began the market failure that we now have today. So if the market was working, you wouldn't have people deciding not to build when it's profitable and waiting because it might be more profitable next year. If the market was working, you wouldn't have charities, not-for-profit organisations, community organisations, churches fixing the housing problem. It would be working through normal economics of supply and demand. And at the moment, the market is broken because the supply is being controlled by landowners not wanting to get in the game and work with us to fix this problem of many years of the making. And yes, the government's got a role to play in that, but it's going to take everyone to fix this issue with housing, and it's going to take us a long time, but I'm very, very pleased that we've got to this point so that we can have our plan, know what we're doing, and work in the same direction to reduce housing stress and housing risk, to get people off park benches and out of council infrastructure that's wrapped up in tarpaulin so that they can call it their home, so that we can help all people have that basic starting point to have a successful day because they had a successful, safe night's sleep. And that's impacting many people, and many surprising people suddenly find themselves in this position. So we have a huge amount to do, but we've got ourselves in a very established starting point to continue the work we need to do. So I urge your support. I think we're going to get it, and thank you for the consideration today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. It's 11:09. We might take a short break until 11:30. Thank you. We'll reopen the meeting. Thank you, and my apologies for running late, but we're up to item 8.2, Surf Lifesaving Queensland. Councillor O'Prey.
Mr Mayor, and I'd like to declare a conflict, if I may. I, Councillor Jason O'Prey, notify that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 8.2, Surf Lifesaving Queensland, Sunshine Coast, Council Lifeguard Service Plan 23 to 28, to be considered at the ordinary meeting today, 27 July 23, due to 1, being a life member of Maroochydore Surf Lifesaving Club, being a former board member and junior activities chairman of the club, previously holding significant positions within SLS branch of SLSQ Sunshine Coast, previously holding significant positions in Greater SLSQ, previously holding significant positions in Surf Lifesaving Australia, and previously being a former paid casual employee lifeguard for the Maroochy Shire Council. In accordance with Section 150 EK of the Local Government Act of 2009, and as a matter of consistency, I will exclude myself from any meeting that this is regarding a decision and the vote is taken. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. We'll, don't go too far away, we'll get you when we're done. Okay, over to the presentation. Matthew, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning. This presentation today seeks approval for the Lifeguard Service Plan and professional lifeguard services delivered across the Sunshine Coast Council area. The intent of this service plan is to continue professional lifeguard services and address service risks attributed to population growth pressures and the changing coastal environment. Patrol beaches are critical for the safety, lifestyle and economy of the Sunshine Coast community and visitors to the region. In 2012, Council contracted the provisional lifeguard services on the Sunshine Coast, and the contract with Surf Lifesaving Queensland was recently renewed in October 2022 for a period of 5 years. The service plan has been developed jointly to guide operational activities and this will occur over the coming 5 years. The current annual service cost, as noted in the report, is $5.38 million. Implementation of the service plan is recommended to occur over an initial 3-year period, with a review to occur prior to the final years 4 and 5 of this plan. The plan guides the operational activities and provides continued realigned and improved services across the Sunshine Coast. The recommendations respond to changing demands and coastal risk factors facing the service in an efficient and responsible manner, whilst maintaining beach safety standards. It's important to acknowledge at this point too that local surf club volunteers provide life-saving patrols to support this service provision during weekends and school holidays from September through to April of each year. The information presented here displays the future budget impacts and key service changes. It shows funding rate increases and recommendations across the life cycle of the plan. The amounts displayed exclude Fair Work rate rises and CPI increases. These figures on the screen relate solely to the costs of the recommended service provision changes, and where improvements and changes affect divisional locations, relevant councillors have been consulted as a part of this process. It's important to keep in mind too that as the community needs and expectations for services continue to grow, this plan considers both future and current service levels. It also considers financial impacts, improved technologies and changing coastal conditions within the region. As you can see, the service plan consists of a total of 25 recommendations. And finally, as mentioned previously, once we progress into the 4th and 5th year, relevant stats and services will be reviewed prior to this implementation. So to provide some context to what's displayed here, the previous Lifeguard service plan delivered a tiered service model, which continues into this plan. Full-time permanent services and seasonal services are shown here, and the allocation of beaches to different tiers considers coastal conditions, usage, population, location, infrastructure and demand. The 5-tiered system ensures that beaches with similar characteristics receive a consistent level of service. This gradual approach maintains a balanced beach safety system. And finally, this slide shows the new additions, and you can see that here, they're highlighted in bold. The other locations listed here reflect a continuation of existing services. In closing, it's recommended that Council note the report, endorse the plan and refer the budget increases for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Matt, somebody to move, please. Councillor Hungerford, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Suarez. Okay. Councillor Terry Landsberg, seconded. Great. Would you like to open, Ted, or did you want... Sorry, did you want... So, would you like to change and be the mover, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Landsberg moved, Councillor Hungerford seconded. Okay, thank you. Please, open.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Obviously, this plan in regards to our lifeguard services, an obligation for us, obviously, to keep our visitors and obviously our residents safe, and we would have probably some of the safest beaches in Australia. And I'd just like to acknowledge the wonderful work that obviously our lifeguards and lifesavers do. In regards to the report, I know there's obviously financial implications in this, and it is a large contract that we service obviously to Surf Lifesaving Queensland, but the increase obviously is, we're looking at $108,000 for this year, and obviously a regular increase over the next 3 years, pending reviews as well. It's money well spent, and it's actually money that we continually need to invest, especially in a lot of the infrastructure that comes with monitoring our beaches. I know the Twin Waters lifeguard facilities there are in much need of upgrade, and also with recent developments, it's very positive from a Division 2 point of view that we'll be looking at the Kings Beach facilities as well, which will be moving forward. Just a question I might just touch with the officers in regards to our Shark Smart program, with the monitoring program. I know that we've undertaken a study on that, and it was on the back of work that New South Wales has initiated first of all, Matt. So did you want to just give us a little bit of background on those, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr Mayor. Just by way of context, in August 2020, SLSQ engaged in a partnership with Department of Fisheries or Department of Ag and Fisheries. A part of that process was to develop a drone program to surveil the coastal strip, and specifically in our region, it's Coolum and Alex Headlands. So the initial trial that ran for a year then continued, and the trial then expanded and will run until June 2025 in this region. But again, that's handled through that partnership with the Department of Agriculture and our contract partners at this point, Surf Life Saving Queensland.
Cost, and obviously reading through the report, it's great to see that there's a further rollout of surf cameras across the region in specific locations. Obviously one at Moffat Beach, and you've got a couple of other recommendations as well moving forward in the report. Will that be part of a review of our CCTV policy, just to understand that those surf cameras and what they'll be actually intended to use for?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, that is captured through the CCTV policy. There is a working group that I'm involved with that these items are taken to. So as you mentioned, yes, there's one at Moffat, and there's also a camera at the sandbags. So they have been captured as a part of that process.
Thanks, Matt. I think it's a great initiative to see, obviously, the improvement in IT technology across the coast. I just want to thank the staff as well for the work that was carried out in obviously engaging with our community of Golden Beach, with obviously the transfer of services from Golden Beach to Happy Valley, with the significant changes of Bribie Island and the increased visitation numbers that we've seen there. I think it'll be a much well needed resource. On the back of that, councillors, look forward to your support. I think it's quite evident here that the needs that is in front of us today, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Landsberg has just said, you know, this is a sizable investment, $5.38 million. And that sizable investment goes to the safety of our community, both for our residents and the visitors that we often see here enjoying our wonderful Sunshine Coast. I just wanted to sort of point out that there's obviously a number of changes in this services plan and recommended changes to those tiered services. And so I just wanted to sort of highlight the one that really affects sort of Division 3 community is the Watala service relocation to bolster Boccarina Beach, which commences in the surf season 24-25. Currently, both those services are at Tier 4, and we'll actually get the Boccarina one up to a Tier 2 with the reallocation. Now, Tier 2, for those that aren't aware, means that it will be patrolled 7 days a week from September through to May, and then weekends, school and public holidays during winter. And we've got an emerging community down there at Boccarina Beach. We've also got a lot of residents that have moved into the Batinia Hospital precinct over the last sort of 5 years or so. And so the beach presentations down there are certainly increased, especially from what I've noticed. So to have a Tier 2 service in that locality, which is the only one really between Dickey Beach Surf Club and Kawana Water Surf Club, I think is a great investment by this council to the safety of those community members down there. So I'll be supporting it, and I just wanted to thank the officers for their recommendations and their work with this plan.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Natali.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I also want to thank the staff for the great work. Lifeguards, lifesaving movement, a great reputation. The community obviously puts a lot of trust in their ability to be able to support them if they're in need. One of the alarming things that I read in a report was how many rescues are outside of the flagged areas, and that is of concern to me. And obviously with the population increases, tourism numbers at their highs, that's going to be a constant for us in terms of how we're going to manage that. The trial that was undertaken, obviously, with the drones was to look at sharks. But I'd like to think that maybe technology could be part of the solution in the future, and drones could be used much more to help us in terms of surveillance and even the potential of being able to drop rescue equipment to people who are in trouble. So I would hope that we'll continue to develop that. My great desire, hopefully before I part this earth, is that there is so much trust in our life-saving movement, lifeguard movement, that they can trust the technology, that we no longer require shark nets and drum lines to be able to give people that sense of safety, even though they're not a barrier. But it is for people a level of comfort. But the fact of having well-trained people being able to monitor and the equipment sensitive enough to be able to distinguish the difference between a predator or an animal that could be of danger to one that isn't. I think we should trust that technology and trust the service, and hopefully we could move into that next generation of being able to be really proficient using technology and being able to do, hopefully not ever see another fatality on our beaches. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Natali. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Great report, and I hope that all councillors will be able to support it. What it means for Division 9 is we have the Coolum North service, which will be expanded. Coolum Beach is an open easterly beach. It's subject to gnarly conditions and rips, and as we might attest from a couple of the councillors who I know drive all the way up from the southern area of Sunshine Coast to come to Coolum and have a great surf. So we've had a number of sad incidents up in Coolum, 4 incidents over the last 4 years. So while a lot of those occurred outside of the flags and outside of the area that's been looked after by our surf life-saving people on the beach, having that additional service over those additional timeframes will no doubt provide the community a lot of comfort. So I thank you, and yes, happy to support the additional funding for those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors, let's take you back a little in time, must be over a decade ago. Councillor Hungerford, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Cox, Councillor Babarowski would have been in attendance when Council made a decision to stop insourcing surf lifesaving and outsource it to Surf Lifesaving Queensland. I'm pleased to see Aaron and some of his colleagues here today, because at the time that was a really, really difficult decision. A lot of community uproar about changing, a way of life. When, Council realised, and Heath would have been part of it too, I suspect, Council realised that we couldn't manage surf lifesaving into the future on a 9 to 5 basis. It's a 24/7 service. It needs experts and capable people involved. But there was a lot of very influential Sunshine Coast people aligned to the surf industry that believed we were making the wrong decision, and were pretty happy to tell us so. We had to deal with the rescind motion. So here was a decision that needed to be made. Looking back, a really good decision. And sometimes that's how it works for us, I'm afraid. People don't always value the decision we make on any given day until it's well down the track and they think, wow, wasn't that a good call? So it's worth remembering that. Had that rescind motion got up, we would be talking about an entirely different set of circumstances, and that would have been a big disappointment. I was recently at the Caloundra airport with the Westpac helicopter service, which is based there. It wouldn't have been based there if we'd have gone on with the model we had before. So, you know, this is proven to be a very good outcome. I think even those detractors today would recognise that surf life saving on the Sunshine Coast is in far better shape. The staff members have got so much more to look forward to in terms of career progression that didn't exist in council. So I just think it's worth reminding, particularly those who weren't involved. You know, no doubt you'll get your chances on some of these decisions into the future. But very good decision, and it's great to see the partnership continuing in a way that's meaningful to our community, but in particular that really supplies the necessary engagement and enhancement for our Surf Life Saving Queensland. So well done. Thanks very much. And with those few words, I'll go back to Councillor Terry to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Obviously, reading through the report, this service plan comes with 25 recommendations. So maybe just touching on recent changes that we made to some transitory accommodation and the previous agenda item where we're always struggling for finances. I think our community will find that in future needs, budgetary needs, that we will have the opportunity to deliver much improved services. Part of these recommendations also come with improvements to infrastructure as well. And in regards to the report, fully supportive. Obviously, I look forward to the review and the report next year, and obviously following support as well. And look forward to my fellow councillors supporting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. If there are no further speakers, oh, sorry, we've done that. My apologies. We're going to go to the vote. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Well done. Could someone retrieve Councillor O'Prey, please? And we'll move to the next item, which is item 8.3, which is the 2023 Field Maintenance Funding Program. And thanks, guys. Well done. Margie Katnack and Michael Hunt will be presenting. So we'll just give them a moment to get here. Thanks, Maggie. Michael, thank you. We've done the introductions in your absence, so...
Oh, ready to go. Thank you. So, good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. This report seeks Council's consideration and endorsement of the recommendations of the 2023 Sports Field Maintenance Funding Program. With me today is Michael Hunt, Coordinator of Parks and Gardens, Operations and Community Partnerships. Let's go. So the aim of this multi-year funding program is to provide consistent, equitable, appropriate support for sports organisations with primary responsibility for the maintenance of sports fields. Funding is based on a formula which considers the field type, the number of fields, the period of responsibility. Some have 6 months, some 12. Pivotal to the program is the availability of the Parks Community Sports Field Officer, and many of you would know Jack Ray does a magnificent job in that area to support community organisations in providing that expert advice on all areas of sports field maintenance. All funding agreements for this program ceased at 30th June this year. So I just wanted to provide you with a little snapshot of the program on a little video.
Hi, my name's Kerry Forrest. I'm the Manager of Community Planning and Development at Sunshine Coast Council. The Sports Fields Maintenance Program commenced in 2011 and provides a cost-effective way for Council to provide funding to established sporting organisations. So Council partners with these organisations, providing up to 3 years funding for them to assist with maintaining their fields.
My name's Mark. I'm the centre manager down here at Caloundra Little Athletics. Jack comes down, he helps us top dress the field. They bring the tractor down, helps organise all the top dressing material and everything.
My name's Jack Ray. I work as the Parks Community Sports Field Officer in Parks and Gardens for the Sunshine Coast Council. So we do a lot of work on preparing management plans for sports fields, focusing on healthy turf, turf nutrition, good irrigation practices, water harvesting where possible, with a view to provide cost-effective management and maintenance solutions for sports fields.
Bristow, I'm president of Coolan Cricket Club. Ground staff are predominantly volunteers, so we only have one paid groundsman. The others are all volunteers, so they're not experts in the field, and we need someone like Jack to be able to help me, help the ground staff with, you know, what are we doing around spraying, what are we doing with fertiliser, because we don't know what we don't know. If we didn't receive that grant, one or two things would happen. We couldn't look after the field and we wouldn't have a playing surface like we do.
Yeah, g'day, my name's Eddie Mower. I'm Vice President for Blah Blah United Football Club. Look, the funding is amazing. As I said, we're non-for-profit, so we can reduce our fees for the members to play. That money goes in towards the fuel, the mowing, or the fertilisers as well.
This funding enables volunteers to maintain their fields to a competitive standard.
Thank you. So in preparation for the next 3 year cycle, a thorough review of the program was completed. It included an audit of the playing fields condition by Parks and Gardens sports team, analysis of program data, including acquittals, seeking a survey, seeking feedback from the participating sporting clubs, and 3 detailed case studies. The key findings you'll see on this screen, essentially the programs, the turf is in good condition, which is of appropriate length, cut evenly, regularly mown and relatively free of pests and diseases. There's a very high level of satisfaction with the program. It's cost effective, and in terms of where councils, compared to council maintained fields, and it's definitely achieving its aim. So as in line with those findings, the 3 key review recommendations were that the program continues using its current funding model, an increase of 16% be applied to the allocation for each field type at the commencement of this next 3 year cycle, and implement an annual CPI increase for the program from year 2 of this cycle. So implementing those review recommendations, the 2023 Sports Field Maintenance Funding Program opened for applications in April and closed in May 22nd. The program was promoted directly to eligible organisations and the broader community through various communication tools. We received 48 applications from sporting organisations. All of them had been previous recipients of this funding program. The assessment of their applications included clarification of tenure arrangements, period of tenure, the type of sport played on the field, and the number of fields and field period of maintenance of the fields, which this information, of course, provides the basis of the calculation of the funding amounts. The panel determined that 3 years of funding be appropriate for all 48 applications and recommended the addition of CPI to annual funding amounts from year 2. So funding of $895,657, $895,657 for year 1 to the 48 sporting organisation is recommended. In year 2, Landsborough Cricket Club will take on the field maintenance of an additional field, so they will warrant an extra $12,000 in their 2nd and 3rd years. So I essentially seek Council's approval of those recommendations.
Thank you, Maggie. Someone to move? Councillor O'Prey. Councillor Natoli, seconder. Okay, please open, Councillor O'Prey.
Firstly, thank you very much to the staff, to yourself and to Michael, and most particularly to Jack Ray, who unfortunately is not here today, is that right? Yeah, what a shame. I've spoken to this item and probably put it forward on probably 10 of the 11 occasions that I've been in council, and it's a shame that he's not here today. So please, if you can pass on my congratulations. He's such a well-respected officer within the community, particularly the volunteers of the Sunshine Coast and particularly the volunteers of the Sunshine Coast sporting community. I had some questions about the CPI and that, but that's all been sorted out now. I'm very, very happy to see this and endorse this today and put it forward to my councillor colleagues. I just want to really highlight the fact that our sports fields have got an enormous reputation, not only amongst Queensland and Australia, but even now internationally, where leading into, of course, the 2032 Sunshine Coast Olympics, we're going to have so many teams coming into this area that aren't always going to use the main fields. They're going to branch out. And what's happening at the moment also is we've got more opportunities coming to the Sunshine Coast at regional and state level, but also in the school program. So school programs are coming to use our facilities as well. So it might be, I don't know, whatever it is, touch footy or soccer, cricket, whatever it might be. But those opportunities are just increasing. So as a tourism opportunity, it's enormous. So our sports field maintenance program is second to none in Queensland and certainly one of the best in Australia. I'm very proud of this, and I'm very proud of this report, and I put forward to you all councillors, and I hope we get it through today, but I'm sure we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to pass on my thanks to the team, especially, obviously, just touching on Councillor Jason, Jack Ray, the work that he's done with Caloundra Little Athletics, the Caloundra Rugby Union Club, the Mallet Club. It could go on and on. I think having staff with such an extensive expertise in that field is very hard to find these days. And thank you very much to staff, and I'll be supporting it as well.
Thanks very much, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also want to pass on my congratulations. And when you read a report like this, it's so easy to support it because you know how well respected and admired it is within our community. I noticed out of the list of 48 that there's none in Division 4, but I wanted to just break that. The Maroochydore Rugby Union is actually in Division 4, not Division 8. So just so we can have Division 4 on there.
Thank you, Councillor. If there are no further speakers, do you want to close, Councillor? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Law put his button on.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Great to see the programme coming around for renewal again. And I want to say thank you for including the CPI increases now going into the future. That is an excellent improvement to the programme, and I know will make a difference for the clubs. But I just will add to that, the work that your team does in maintaining the grounds is exceptional. And I'll often hear feedback of just the quality of grounds being achieved for our sporting clubs is extremely high. So please take that back to your team as they're working with the organisations, the sporting clubs, the volunteers, because this is excellent. And it's holding those clubs in a great state for every community, and every weekend or every night where the clubs are coming together, they've got great grounds to work on. So through this, not only are we looking after the grounds, but we're supporting our volunteers, the volunteers' organisations, and without it, they wouldn't be able to keep their clubs going. So it's excellent. Happy to support it today, and I'm sure that we will all be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor O'Prey to close. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd also like to just reiterate what Councillor Tully said. It's affectionately known as the Cotton Dome, the field, and the fields down there are so well loved and respected, and of course it's a lot of Jack Ray's contribution there. Madam CEO, just as a side note, how do we put Jack Ray up for Employee of the Year? He's worth it. Thank you.
Well, we won't have you in the judging panel. That might be a bit of a challenge. Okay, no, so that's done. Let's put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Rightio, move on to 8.4, the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park Master Plan. Dr. Dave Moore to give us a presentation. Thank you. I've got to take this, Jim. Doing it a bit tough up here under the glare, eh?
Through you, Mr Mayor, good afternoon, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to present to you for your consideration the Back to Nature Master Plan for the proposed Sunshine Coast Ecological Park. This is a strategic roadmap to guide the future planning, delivery and operations for such an important regional asset. An asset that seeks to restore a pasture land and create a unique ecological park experience, inspired by the beautiful natural environment of the Sunshine Coast, and deliver nature-based recreation, education and research, whilst protecting, celebrating and restoring the site's inherent environmental, natural and cultural values. The Sunshine Coast Ecological Park is part of our long-term strategic directions and would be contributing to the delivery of a healthy environment and a livable Sunshine Coast, as outlined in our Environment and Livability Strategy. As the Sunshine Coast continues to grow to over 500,000 people by 2041, this growth will place increased pressure on our existing coastal parks and green spaces. And in response, the proposed park provides an opportunity to create a new nature-based experience and destination for the community, which would help to alleviate some of the pressure on our coastal parks. An important foundational element of the project has been the establishment of a vision and a set of values. And these guiding principles have been paramount through all stages of the planning to date and will continue to guide future planning and implementation to deliver an ecological park that is a place of cherished nature and ecological wonder for generations to discover and enjoy. The proposed ecological park is located in the Mountain View Major Green Space in the Sunshine Coast hinterland, on 65 hectares of pasture lands adjoining Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve in Malaylee, a reserve of 55 hectares of subtropical rainforest overlooking the Glasshouse Mountains. This reserve is a living museum of diverse plant and animal life that once covered the Blackall Range, and an amazing ecological asset that the community enjoys today. However, the reserve is facing several ecological challenges exacerbated by its size and isolation in the landscape. The strategic location of the proposed ecological park provides the opportunity to deliver a release valve from the current visitor pressures on Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve and protecting the diverse ecological value by buffering and expanding the old growth forest. Councillors, the master plan being considered today has been informed by the invaluable contributions of many individuals and groups. In particular, the project's strong governance has included an excellence advisory panel and community reference group to ensure targeted technical and community views and opinions have informed the development of the master plan. And I would like to acknowledge Catherine Chatburn, Chair of our Excellence Advisory Panel, who's joined us today, along with other members of our EAP and CRG and project team before who have joined us. The Excellence Advisory Panel have affirmed their support for the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park Master Plan through the preparation of a letter which is part of the report today. The development of the plan has also included the engagement with Yinabara traditional owners. Working in partnership with Yinabara representatives, the Ecological Park will be a space focused on the promotion, on the acknowledgement of the connection that exists between land and people. And the Ecological Park will be a place where the knowledge and centuries-long practices of Indigenous peoples can be understood and celebrated, benefited both the ecology and our community. It would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge Dan Callis from Hassel, who has been the consultant and his team that's helped guide us through this master planning process. It's been very much appreciated. The community was asked to contribute their ideas and input for the ecological park through 3 stages of community engagement. Stage 1 tested the project's vision and values, with feedback informing the creation of 3 key functions for the park: recreation and wellness, ecology and restoration, and research, education and culture. Stage 2 shared, tested and sought feedback on spatial ideas, proposed activities and strategies to support the functions that were identified in Stage 1. And Stage 3 sought feedback on the draft master plan itself. Councillors, there is strong community sentiment for the project and engagement identified common interests, concerns and preferences across the community. While the majority of the feedback was positive and supportive of the draft master plan, there were some areas identified in the community that will require an ongoing focus if the plan is supported today and we transition to implementation. This involved both looking at balance between recreation and conservation. While the park aims to find a balance between human-centric recreational activities and creating a safe space for flora and fauna to thrive, feedback suggested a desire to grow conservation spaces and potentially separate them from the human interaction. Another area to focus on is community and residential impacts. Suggested refinements encourage Council to review how the proposed park will impact on nearby residents and the general community, and consider issues such as patronage, amenities, traffic, construction and operations, which would be a key part moving forward. Council is supported by the Back to Nature Master Plan. The site that you can see on the screen represents the proposed Sunshine Coast Ecological Park, including 4 distinct but interconnected landscape precincts for the site: the heart, the rainforest, the waterways and the hub. 2 specific refinements which we've made to the master plan based on community feedback have been the repositioning of the hub further to the south to provide greater separation and buffering opportunities to neighbouring properties, and also the provision of a single connection point to Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve. This has been strategically arranged to minimise potential impacts on Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve, and also as we look to this, we can do it in a planned way, and if further investigations are required, we will complete those, so that solutions are sensitively integrated and managed in a responsible manner. Councillors, the scale and complexity of the works in delivering the park means it will take significant time to fully realise. Through phased construction over an estimated 10-year period, subject to securing funding, and the restoration works themselves evolving and developing into mature forests over a 30-year timeframe. Councillors, there is a short video to share with you, which further explains the Ecological Master Plan.
From untouched Uniborough country to pasture land and now back to a thriving rainforest.
We have a plan to return this land back to nature in a park like no other.
A park for healing country and sharing our story.
A park for coming together, building community.
And for play.
This is a once-in-a-generation project with a 30-year vision.
This is our plan for the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park.
The proposed park will be made up of 4 distinct yet interconnected precincts. The heart, a welcoming place for gathering, for community building, with hubs for small events and performances.
Including the Forest Plaza, designed for both market events and everyday use.
The rainforest, a place of restoration, where we tread lightly and witness the evolution of the forest.
This is the home of the Forest Lookout, providing spectacular views to the Glasshouse Mountains.
The waterways, a restored creek and wetlands.
Celebrating the beauty and biodiversity of water.
Lastly, the hub, a place for sharing knowledge and embracing the stewardship of this land. A centre for research.
Once established, the park would grow, evolve and flourish over decades, strengthening the existing Mary Cairncross Scenic Reserve on its southern edge and supporting more plants and wildlife as the years pass.
The trees will eventually surround the treetop bridges on a looping path through the rainforest canopy that everyone can access and enjoy.
Throughout the park, spaces are nestled in the forest for play, rest, education and contemplation.
A new discovery around every corner.
And this is our vision for the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park, a place of cherished nature and ecological wonder for generations to enjoy.
A place for calm, for inspiration,
and for fun.
A beacon of sustainability.
A place for healing country.
For learning and discovery.
For culture, the arts, and recognising our history.
A place for everyone to get back to nature.
From untouched Uniborough country to pasture land and now...
Councillor, subject to your endorsement of the master plan today, our work would commence to establish the required project governance, planning for the stage design and delivery, and exploring strategic and financial partnerships to help realise the benefits of this once-in-a-generation park project. Some of these financial opportunities may be looking at programs like landscape finance, the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy program, where they're looking to protect forests to make sure they're thriving, and various philanthropic organisations supporting sustainable outcomes. The Excellence Advisory Panel also identified the importance of building on stakeholder engagement completed to date and worked collaboratively to deliver some initial quick wins and revegetation activities on the site, but also to foster those long-term partnerships with the stakeholders. Councillors, it's recommended that you endorse the Sunshine Coast Ecological Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Someone to move? Winston, thank you very much. Seconder, Councillor Suarez. Would you like to open? Councillor Johnston?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Dr Dave, thank you very much for this presentation. It's been a couple of years coming, and in the process you've mentioned a number of the people who were active in relation to the preparation of this plan. I'd also like to thank Councillor Suarez and Councillor Cox, who served on the committee in their environment portfolio responsibilities. And overall, it was a very harmonious group of people. And we've got here today some of the people who have helped. A good friend of mine, Rick Vickers, was on the community consultation, and others from up around that Malaylee area who understand what the hinterland is and what it needs to be and what it can be. And it's really fantastic to have the local input. In addition, there have been people or residents who live adjacent to the proposed area who've expressed their concerns, and to a large extent we have spoken to them, we have discussed the issues with them, and in some cases we're able to listen and make amendments and alterations. There's still, well, first of all, I'd like to say that this is a concept. It's not necessarily what the end result is going to be exactly as per that plan, but it'll be broadly something along those lines. And there is still a concern by the people who live in Burgess Avenue about the hub and the service vehicles that will come to and from the hub, because it is a very narrow street or road, avenue I should say, and the intersection with the Landsman Laney Road is an horrendous intersection. So, you know, we'll have to look at all those sort of things, but somewhere you have to start, and this is the start. So I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved and to say that the community is very excited about this future. It's going to take a long time to develop. Trees don't grow overnight. I know that in Malaylee, if you say a tree's going to grow to 15 metres, it'll go to 30. But having said that, this is an environmental park for the future. It's for future generations and for future visitors and future Australians to come and visit and enjoy and see what the Sunshine Coast is and what Mary Cairncross has grown to be from the original Mary Cairncross Park. And if you have a look at what Mary Cairncross Park is like today, it's going to be even better than that, because we're starting from scratch. Mary Cairncross was old growth forest. We're starting from scratch and we're creating something which I don't think on this magnitude has been done anywhere in Australia. So hopefully we'll get funding from federal, state and entrepreneurial groups to make this happen. It's going to be staged. Please, people, don't get too impatient. It takes time for trees to grow, and we have to do it on a staged basis. There's no point in planting trees and 12 months later putting in all these other facilities. You've got to have the trees grow up to make it really worthwhile for people to visit and see, and it will be an experience for a lot of people who will see little trees grow to huge trees and a creation of a great environmental park. So I'm very fortunate to have within my division the Marichi Bushland Botanic Gardens, as well as Mary Cairncross and now this ecological park. And I'm looking forward, whether I'm the councillor or not, I'm looking forward to seeing it grow and become reality. So thank you very much, Dave, and thank you very much to all your people. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Well said, Councillor Winston. Obviously, today we're here to celebrate the milestone for the Sunshine Coast Ecological Park with the endorsement, hopefully, of the master plan. As Dr Dave's already mentioned, the master plan has evolved through the guidance of the expert advisory panel, the community reference group, various stakeholders, and the input from both locals and the broader community. And I know that Dr Dave's already mentioned, but we've got a number of staff here today, as well as some of the members of the project steering committee. And obviously there's the project director, Dan Callis from Hassel. Thanks for your guidance along the way. And obviously Catherine for your leading the Excellence Advisory Panel. And I did spot up in the crowd there, Tyson, former project manager, who's no longer with council, but he played a big role in the first few stages of this program, because we are at actually stage 3, which was when we went back to the community in March, and that was the third iteration, I suppose. And today we've got the feedback. We've taken on board some of those comments which Councillor Johnson mentioned from some of the residents in Burgess Lanes and the like. So we've taken that in consideration. So those community and residential impacts like the patronage, the traffic and construction, and those refinements have been made. And so when I was reading through the report, and obviously I've been a little bit involved with the project along the journey, but the thing that resonated with me, and it was on page 13 of the first attachment, and it was that graphic, and I noticed that Dr Moore used it during his presentation. It shows the restoration of this site. So from present day, which I think had the grazing and the tractor on it, right through to 30 years from now, when we've got those significant forested areas. So that, I think, is just illustrative of what this project will be and how it will continue to grow and develop over the coming decades. One of the interesting things when we were involved with this project is firstly outlining the functions and strategies which we wanted to see, and then the spatial layout, and then that progressed to the defining of those precincts, and then obviously now we've ended up with this master plan. So it's been a really interesting project to be involved with, and you know, the staff have obviously made it quite informative. The community's shared some of their concerns and obviously some of their aspirations for the site. So it's just really exciting to be part of, and I know it's expensive in terms of the overall cost, and hopefully we'll be able to get some buy-in from some of these potential grants and philanthropists and the like. So we really want to see this evolve for those future generations. So councillors, I'll be supporting it here today, and I certainly encourage you to do the likewise.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll follow on from Peter there, because the financial hat's what I'm putting on. I'm very supportive of this, and as Winston said, this is very ambitious, a rather large project. This is where we purchased 65 hectares of land, next to the already 55 hectares of the Mary Cairncross Reserve, to expand this out. So that's been done with the Environment Levy and the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, approximately $4.2 million so far to secure the land so we can do this. I've been very supportive. That's a very strategic move into the future, especially when you take into account the population projections through the South East Queensland Regional Plan, over 500,000 people by 2040 already, and with the plan being reviewed, that may even be revised up again. So these are the sort of things future generations are going to look for, and we get the pleasure of delivering it. But with my financial hat on, the figures do make me a little bit nervous. In today's dollars, the estimated delivery of the Ecological Park will cost approximately $177 million. And that's not a small, mean feat. Through a phased construction over an estimated 10-year period. Now, my maths, that's just over $17 million a year, so that's quite a substantial program. I'm glad to see that it could be over 30 years because it may take a bit longer with those sort of figures, but I'm very heartened by the thing here that this is well positioned to attract funding partnerships to facilitate delivery, so the State and Commonwealth will be chasing as well and any other sources. But I do support this. This is a very visionary. We're looking into the future, and building this sort of environmental things is really out of the box, and I think very few local governments look on this scale. So we're being ambitious. I'm very supportive. With my financial hat on, the figures do make me a little bit nervous, but I wholeheartedly support this today.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask a quick question? Is the strategic business case available to the public or not? It is, because it says confidential on the front, but it is available as part of the report.
Yes, it is.
Lovely, thank you very much. Look, the only reason I ask that is because it does, again, challenge us to think about what scale our community is likely to be in 2053. And there's some numbers in there. You're heading towards 700,000. So I think it's a fabulous pivot point for us as a community within really what I think a global movement. I'd really like to emphasise what you made a point of, that this is a new kind of park. And what's new about it is that it is it's described as a cohabitation ecological park. And I love the graphic on page 143. And it reminds us that up to this point, understandably as a species, we put ourselves at the centre and the top of the hierarchy of everything. We anthropomorphise the world, in fact, the universe. This is where we basically start to recognise we're part of a phenomena called nature. And we place ourselves within that phenomena, not as the top of it. And that, I think, is a very important moment for us as a community of human beings globally. And it reminds me of the lifetime of achievement of work of people like Richard Attenborough, who have been advocates now for us to renegotiate a relationship to nature as we reach 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion people. And this reminds us that this is a way to help us do that in a way that respects not only human communities that have been part of this land for many centuries or thousands of years, but also the current moment that we need to acknowledge. So this is a tremendous way of reminding ourselves that we're part of an ecological system that needs to support nearly 700,000 people locally, plus the visitors. It's talking about taking the visitation from about 263 to around 700,000, just under. I would be shocked if the visitation was less than 1 million, 2 million plus. I can't imagine why Noosa National Park, which I think is about 1.5 million, something of that order, why this wouldn't attract that same sort of visitation with a population base of 700,000 and millions of people coming as either day trippers or family reunion or for holidays. So I think this is a marvellous moment, and I am delighted to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I mean, every community has aspirations, and I just came from Dubai and they've got the world's tallest building, the tallest and highest pool with the edge pool, biggest shopping centres, huge everything. But when you look at the opportunities that we've got to create something quite unique, I mean, this particular project here has that. I'd like to think with the word ecological, and my aspiration back in '97 when we worked through the Bushland Botanic Gardens master plan, and it wasn't incorporated in a master plan, but it was an agreed philosophy that the working group had, was that we would try not to connect to mains power, water or sewage, where the built environment lived harmoniously with the natural environment. And I would think that this project really should endorse that, because ultimately, all those years later, 25 years later, we've got the opportunity now with technology to be able to do that, much more so than then. The constraints that puts on a project means that the uniqueness of the designs and the outcomes become really significant in terms of being able to demonstrate to the community how a built envelope within an ecological setting could really work, as Councillor Babarowski mentioned, where the humans are work and our intervention is no longer that, but it's action, integration, and an ability to be able to morph into one, so that it sends a very strong signal to the community that this place is a very special place. So I would hope that that's something that we could take on. I would think that corporations today that are thinking globally and in terms of possibly wanting to fund, that could even be something that could be quite attractive for them to want to get involved in.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to apologise to Councillor Cox. I think I got overly excited with this project and seconded it when I perhaps should have deferred to Councillor Cox, because we divide our portfolio between divisions 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. So I'm happy to change that seconder if Councillor Cox would like to. Yes, this is a fantastic project. Obviously, you know, a lot of people are super excited about it. I'd also like to acknowledge Catherine and Dan, and also Tyson Smalley, who led the program in the early days. And I remember standing out in Coolum at Tickle Park during a consultation phase, and he's led the project with like a lot of energy and enthusiasm, but perhaps not as much enthusiasm as when I was physically stopping people on the pathway and telling them to get in and have a look. The project is far removed from Division 9, but the people that did come and find out some information about this ecological park knew about Mary Cairncross, and they loved the area and they were very supportive of this project. So it is definitely something that is going to be embraced across our whole region and further afield. I think the team should be really proud of the collaboration and involvement and inclusion of our traditional owners of the land, the Yinnaburra people. They have really embraced this project and have been given the ability to have a lot of input. So I think the team should be very proud of that piece of work within this whole project. So we're today just being asked to endorse the master plan, and as Councillor Johnston said, it's not, you know, written in stone. There will be some final work to be done, and that final work will involve revising the governance structure, because it is a long 30-year project. And getting those quick win projects started. The community are screaming out to do some revegetation, and what a marvellous transformation this parcel of land is going to undertake over the next 30 years. The detailed design to work out the staging of the master plan has to be done, and the pursuing of the financial opportunities. I know it is a big sum of money, but I know Dan Callis has done a lot of work in terms of benchmarking and providing us that comfort, or I guess comparison to other projects, including Mooloolaba, Foreshore and other projects across outside of the region, to give us a better understanding of what a project such as this is actually worth. So thank you for that, Dan. Yes, and I'm super enthusiastic to endorse it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and it took everything in me not to go woohoo, because that video was just, I got these tingles in the whole body about how awesome it's going to be. And you think about the largest single investment in the hinterland that I've ever seen in 16 years in council. And I can tell you right now, as someone who was lucky enough to grow up in the hinterland, I actually grew up in Montville on 33 acres, and I loved it up there. And I've got a really soft spot for the hinterland. And the benefit of being a councillor here is that you get to be a regional councillor, which means it's not just all about Division 6, it's about the region. And I can tell you right now, there's people like me who love to get up into the hinterland, and it's fantastic. Actually, some of the best views I've ever seen, some of the warmest people. It's a great place to live, and the hinterland councillors have a lot going for them. But this is a regional opportunity, and I know some people have said it's a major project. For me, this is regional. This is such a big project in my mind. I'm thinking 150, did someone say 150 mil? Did someone say about that? 177? These figures are crazy. You think about what we're spending here in Maroochydore, Mooloolaba, we've done some pretty good projects, but I reckon in 30 years' time, someone's going to turn around and say this is the best project Sunshine Coast Council and the community ever delivered. In a growing community, we've talked about population growth, 200,000 new people are going to be coming here, and they're going to need somewhere in their backyard that they can play, some place they can connect with nature, First Nations people, culture. One thing I love about this is the accessibility. I don't know if anyone's taken some real time to look around, but it's accessible. There's lifts proposed to also be in the viewing tower, the 360-degree tower. That's pretty special. People with disability will get their involvement in this project, and some other projects they're not able to utilise, and we're actually thinking about them up front. But also the dark sky, something that I don't know if many people know about, but this idea of when I walk outside my house at Palmview, I usually just get blinded by the lights down at the beach because there's sporting fields and I can always see the lights. But I go up into the hinterland, and if you're pretty cautious about where you are and what the weather's like, you can actually see the stars. And it's a bit of a phenomenon because you just, as an urban village here, we don't get to experience that much. But you go into the hinterland and you just see something that's just so beautiful to see. And I know that we're focusing on part of that work here in this plan too. So anyway, I could have just sat here and said nothing, but I just want the team to know this is going to be the best project Sunshine Coast Council ever do. And congratulations. It's very exciting.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, and obviously a wonderful project and very easy to support, and congratulate Dr Moore and your whole team who've got us to this point. And also, obviously, Councillor Winston, Peter and Maria, thank you so much for driving the teams to get us to this situation today, that we can consider the master plan. I want to offer just an alternate view on why we should be doing it, though, that is to support what we're doing. But I want to remember how we came across the 100 acres that's called Mary Cairncross, because I don't believe without that we'd be doing this, because all we'd have up there is dairy country or some sort of farming that would be taking place up there. And I don't believe we would be investing this amount of money, effort, time and energy to rehabilitate, to try and reflect and mirror what was saved through the visionary work of the environmentalist Mary Cairncross, who was then supported by her daughters to gift the 100 acres to the Landsborough Shire Council, and then through the work of Ben Bennett and the Malaylee Rotary, actually do the work on the ground to open it up for the first occasion as the park. Now that work was done probably by being Rotary, a lot of volunteer work, and Rotary continue to give tremendous benefit to our communities. But I just think of that name, Ben Bennett, Mary Cairncross, significant parts of land that have been saved and preserved for us today. So it's wonderful that we've more than doubled that area of land, and we're going to take it from cleared land and work really hard over a long period of time to get it something like it may have been had Mary Cairncross be able to give us the whole area back in 1941. So I think we must remember the opportunity given to us by our elders, by our ancestors, to enable us to have this opportunity today. So we'll be supporting it, of course, because it's an opportunity to rehabilitate, to allow nature to take over and to go back to nature, And yes, we're going to have to work hard because we'll need to keep weeds out. We'll need to manage the area because the human interaction has caused, the damage to Mary Cairncross, but we're putting it right. And this gives us an opportunity to try and put right and give back to nature another 65 hectares of the beautiful hinterland. So yes, I'm supporting it, and I hope everyone else does. And I also just want to think about it's going to cost 170 million. Had it never been touched, it wouldn't cost us anything at all. So as we put it back together, let's remember that as soon as we get it put back together, then to a large extent it will look after itself. So that's a really positive. And as we think about the Sunshine Coast and how fast and how rapidly we're growing, it's difficult to know what to spend our money on when we've just created a housing and homelessness action plan today. But this is a part of giving our community a wonderful place to live when we are able to house everyone. 177 million, that's interesting. I'm sure, and I would like Madam CEO, through the Mayor, to do everything you can to find the financial model that means we can do this faster. Because when we came to develop and want to bring in tourism, we were able to find 350 million to build an airport. Now, I know that a whole bunch of things have happened and that's been repaid to us. Good. And we've got someone who's operating it for us. That's even better for, 99 minus how long they've had it for. But that's really good. So can we really explore how we can create a financial model that has the same kind of direction and energy behind it that led to the creation of the new runway that enabled us to lease out the airport and actually turn that into a financial benefit for the council rather than a financial drain. So I don't know how we do that, but please can we give that huge attention so that we can achieve the project sooner. I'll be supporting it today and I hope we all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I'll go back to Councillor Johnston to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to all the councillors for their expressions of support. I can honestly say that they, as a group, have been nothing but supportive. And, these sorts of projects don't happen unless you've got a forward-looking council, led by a forward-looking mayor, and a very much forward-looking CEO. And I'd like to thank you both for the role that you have played in bringing this to the beginning of the reality. The Malaylee hinterland was first settled in 1878. So we're now 145 years later, and this portion of land that we've got has been cleared, and for the last better part of 100 years has been used for dairying. This is an incredible story that we are going to return it to what it was, right? And it's very emotional. It's something that I'm immensely proud of, and it's something this whole council, including all the employees and all the consultants that have helped us and the community that have been involved, can be incredibly proud of. It's the waterway basically is Friars Creek. It's the headwaters of Friars Creek, which flows into Walker's Creek, which flows into the Obi Creek, and that flows into Broome Pocket Dam, which is the water supply for the Sunshine Coast, or the southern part of the Sunshine Coast, and it actually also helps supplement Pine Rivers Dam in Brisbane. We are definitely going to make sure that there is no damage to the waterways. Councillor Natali has made some comments along those lines, and as part of the plan, we are planning to essentially generate a lot of our own electricity as well, if not all of it. There's no sewage in that area, so we have to be very careful about how we do deal with that. I just say that today's a significant day, and this really will leave an incredible legacy for not only this council, but for the whole of the Sunshine Coast and the community in general. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Dave. Move on to 8.5, which is the proposed planning scheme amendment, site-specific and editorial matters. I invite Roma and Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors and the CEO. Can you all hear me through that? In April 2022, Council decided to prepare an amendment to the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme to respond to site-specific and editorial matters. In June 2022, the proposed amendment was forwarded to the Planning Minister for consideration of state interests and to seek approval to proceed to public consultation. Following consideration of state interest in October of 2022, Council received approval from the Planning Minister that Council may commence public consultation subject to ministerial conditions. The Minister's condition required the removal of that part of the amendment that related to the Bedina Urban Village. The proposed amendment, which was amended to reflect the Minister's condition, was subsequently placed on public consultation in November and December of 2022. This report presents the outcomes from public consultation. Sorry, I didn't move that along. The proposed amendment includes changes to the zoning, maximum building height, local plan precinct elements and/or planning scheme provisions for a total of 12 sites located in Buderim, Maroochydore, Mooloolaba, Peregian South, Sippy Downs, Woombye and Yandina. The proposed amendment has been prepared to respond to either a council resolution, a property-related matter, specific community concerns or mapping anomalies, and reflects existing development approvals. It also addresses some minor editorial matters. The proposed amendment forms part of Council's ongoing amendment program to maintain the currency of the planning scheme. The proposed amendment was placed on public consultation for a period of 21 days, which is consistent with state requirements. A total of 107 submissions were received, which comprised of 79 in support and 28 in objection. 10 submissions raised matters that are outside the scope of the proposed amendment. The majority of these submissions were in relation to the removal of the proposed amendment at Bedina Urban Village, which was in accordance with the Minister's condition. These submissions are proposed to be considered as part of the preparation of the new planning scheme or referred to the relevant area within Council for consideration. The consultation report, which is included as attachment 1 of this report, provides a summary of the key issues and concerns raised in submissions and Council's proposed response. A copy of the consultation report will be provided to all submitters and uploaded to Council's website following this meeting. The following slides provide an overview of the issues raised for each site. In terms of the site in Maroochydore, the majority of submissions received were in relation to the removal of the Dewporth, Riverside and Pier 10 apartment buildings from the Ocean Street Food and Music sub-precinct at Maroochydore, with a total of 37 submissions, which were all in support. No submissions were received in objection. Proposed amendment at Jewel Court and Roms Court in Buderim seeks to amend the zoning of land primarily located on the northern side of Jewel Court from the rural residential zone to include part of it in the environmental management and conservation zone and partly in the low density residential zone. A total of 15 submissions were received, 5 submissions outlining support and 10 submissions in objection. Submitters were generally concerned about the maintenance requirements of the land proposed to be included in the environmental management and conservation zone. They're also concerned about the increase in traffic and parking and the impact on the character and amenity. The proposed amendment is basically proposed to proceed without any changes. In terms of Power Road, Starling Street, Buderim, a total of 5 submissions were received in relation to this amendment. This amendment seeks to remove the zoning over the planned Goshawk Boulevard Road Reserve and align the zoning of the adjoining land. 4 submissions outlined support for the proposed amendment and 1 submission was in objection. This submission was mostly concerned about the impact of the planned Goshawk Boulevard link on the amenity of neighbouring properties. The planning of the Goshawk Boulevard has been underway since the 1990s and has been subject to extensive consultation with surrounding residents. The proposed amendment seeks to reflect the planning of this road. It is proposed to proceed with the amendment with no changes. In terms of the Laverick Crescent and Laverick Lane sites in Buderim, a total of 11 submissions were received in relation to this amendment. This amendment seeks to amend the zoning of the service station. There's a land that's adjoining the service station at the rear, which is currently in the low-density residential zone, and also amends the zoning of 2 sites to the east, which are currently used for commercial purposes, and it's proposed to include these 3 lots in the local centre zone. This amendment has been undertaken in accordance with a council resolution which sought to review the zoning of this site following the refusal of the development application for the extension of the service station. It is also proposed to include the service station as a potentially consistent use in the local centre zone where for a full service activity centre and where replacing an existing service station. 10 submissions outlined support for the proposed amendment and 1 submission was an objection. This submission was mostly concerned about the potential increase in traffic along King Street, which would be considered as part of any forthcoming development application. It is proposed to proceed with this amendment with no changes. 22 Dixon Road in Buderim, 2 submissions were received in relation to this amendment. It is proposed to amend the zoning from the limited development and landscape residential zone to the low density residential zone and include in the protected housing precinct. 1 submission outlined support and 1 submission was an objection. The proposed amendment includes specific provisions which seek to limit the subdivision of the land to a maximum of 2 lots. The proposed submission that was in objection sought the removal of this limit. Having regard to the constraints that exist on the site and the findings from previous geotechnical reports, and in response to a previous development application which imposed a condition of consent which limited the subdivision of the lot to 2, it is proposed to retain this limit. It is therefore proposed to proceed with this amendment with no changes. 33 Quorn Close Buderim is a council-owned site which has been identified as being underutilised and surplus to council's requirements. Prior to the disposal of this land, it is proposed to amend the zoning from the open space zone to the low density res zone. This reflects the zoning of the prevailing land and also reflects the zoning under the former Marici Plan 2000. A total of 2 submissions were received, 1 in support and 1 in rejection. The submission in objection raised concerns about, basically thought that the land should be retained in the green space, as a green space, providing the opportunity for a range of uses. Council has previously determined that this land is not required for open space purposes and the site is located close to existing open space and recreational land. It is therefore proposed to proceed with this amendment with no change. 52 Amarina Avenue is also a site owned by council and is identified as being underutilised and surplus to council's requirements. It is proposed to amend the zoning from the community facility zone to the low density residential zone, which reflects the former Marici Plan 2000 zoning and the prevailing zoning in the area. The smaller lot located in the northwestern corner of the site is currently under the ownership of Unity Water and houses a sewage treatment pump station. This lot is proposed to be retained in the community facility zone. A total of 2 submissions were received, 1 in support and 1 in objection. Mostly the concern was in relation to the land not being suitable for affordable housing given its location and land value. However, it is proposed to proceed with this amendment with no changes. 13 and 21 Smith Street in Mooloolaba, it's proposed to amend the height of these 2 sites, so number 13 and number 21, from 18 metres to 21 metres to be consistent with the adjoining height. 3 submissions outline support for the proposed amendment and 5 submissions objected. The majority of the issues raised against the proposed amendment generally related to matters that weren't specifically related to the proposed amendment itself. The main issues raised in relation to the amendment side related to concerns about impacts on amenity of adjoining residents and car parking, which would be considered as part of any forthcoming development application. It is proposed to proceed with this amendment with no change. The remaining sites at Woombai, Parisian Springs and Yandina involve a change in the zoning to reflect existing development approvals. Development of these sites has substantially occurred or progressed in accordance with relevant development approvals. This proposed amendment seeks to update the zoning of this land to more appropriately reflect the existing or intended use of this land. No specific submissions were received in relation to the site at Woombai, and a total of 7 submissions, 3 in support and 4 objecting, were received in relation to the Yandina sites, the Parisian Springs sites. The key concern raised in relation to the site at Parisian Springs was the concern about the loss of the green space. A total of 8 submissions were received in support of the Yandina sites. It is proposed to proceed with these with no change. Following the consideration of submissions, it's considered that the issues raised are largely addressed by existing or proposed provisions in the planning scheme. Therefore, the report recommends that the Council proceed with the proposed amendment without changes and that Council adopt the proposed amendment subject to receiving the Minister's approval to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Roma. Happy to move. Councillor Dixon. Seconder. Councillor Maria, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you. Well, Mr Mayor, I guess the last term of council we had a lot of planning scheme amendments. This term, not so much. I guess the first part to start on is that the team are actually running the strategic planning review of the new planning scheme. That's an enormous exercise with various council workshops, but it's important that many of these things have been outstanding for some time, and I know councillors and landowners have been involved through, discussions or even outcomes from previous ordinary meetings where we've actually said we were going to propose and move ahead with some of these suggested changes. And I actually just want to thank Councillor Ted, because I remember Councillor Ted and I were at a meeting in Budgeon with a landowner about the service station changes that are proposed in this amendment. And that landowner wanted to know what the process was. Does he lodge a DA and run it through the DA, or does he work with strategic planning and change the scheme? And, Ted and I managed to convince him, go through the public exhibition, go through the planning scheme changes. That's the correct process, and let the community comment. And I'm really grateful to see that those changes are proposed to go ahead, because I actually think it's going to result in a better outcome. But at the end of the day, these things are important. The planning scheme needs to change. We need to keep up with the momentum and the expectations in the community, and setting this aside and waiting a few more years for the new scheme to come into place is just not reasonable. There's a lot of expectation out of there. So I just want to thank the staff for doing this. I know it's taken some time, and there has been some pretty tough issues to deal with. I know the community have had their say around various things, and it can be a hard job. But the community feedback's actually been quite surprising if you go through the responses. I don't recall ever seeing such a high level of support for planning scheme changes. So thank you, and thank you also for doing this work whilst you're doing the new planning scheme as well. I know it mustn't be easy, but thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor O'Prey.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I just would also like to thank the staff and reflect on the last maybe 6-8 years and the headaches that the portfolio councillor would have had in planning scheme amendments. And it's just wonderful to see the evolution and the resolve that the community have come about, and the trust almost that the planning scheme amendments are so much smoother now. I only have one question for the staff, Mr Mayor, and through you. The submitters, I've got 37 very happy submitters in the Maroochydore precinct with the exclusion from the food and music precinct. Will all those submitters be acknowledged with a letter or some sort of information to say where it's at after this meeting?
Through you, Mr Mayor, each submitter will be provided with a copy of the consultation report. So they will be notified of the outcome of this amendment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to touch on these Parisian Springs sites, because the community in Parisian Springs are very committed to making sure that the golf course doesn't get developed. These two sites in Peregian Springs were part of a gated community, and they were zoned for sport and recreation, but they had tennis courts on top of them. They were freehold lands, they weren't part of the body corporate, and there was a development approval given on those freehold blocks back on the 25th of July 2019. So this planning scheme amendment really just reflects the development approval that went through and the construction that has already occurred. It in no way is connected to development on the golf course. Just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. No further speakers. Go back to Councillor Dixon to close. No need to close. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks very much, Roma and Steve. We're moving to 8.6, which is the proposed interim local government infrastructure plan amendment adoption, and we'll welcome Julie Edwards shortly. Thank you, Julie.
Councillors, this item relates to the recommended adoption of the interim local government infrastructure plan, or the LGIP as we know it. The interim LGIP results from the mandatory 5-year review of our current LGIP. Without a lawful LGIP, a council cannot charge developer contributions when dealing with a development approval. A major review of the current LGIP is now just commencing for the preparation of the new planning scheme, and will come in at the same time as the new planning scheme. However, for this interim LGIP, we are now currently in the last phases of the process, post-public consultation. This interim LGIP seeks to update some of the basic data in the current plan, including the costings associated with the nominated projects within the plan. It also covers changes to the timing of delivery for some of the projects, and it corrects some anomalies which were inherited, including some arithmetic corrections and minor typos. The interim LGIP has now been publicly exhibited. In fact, it occurred last year. There were 23 submissions, but the majority of these dealt with matters that more properly should be dealt with under the new planning scheme. For example, they asked for zoning changes and things like that. Only 2 of the submissions required some change to the exhibited interim LGIP, and these related to the transport network. One of these was a road off Wises Road, and it was found not to be trunk, and it has since been removed from the LGIP. And additionally, some changes have been made to the description of several of the road's projects. So all in all, from the public exhibition, Mr Mayor, very few changes required. Accordingly, it is recommended that the interim LGIP now be adopted for use and that a delegation to the CEO be granted to complete this process. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Julie. Someone to move, please. Councillor Hungerford. Second to Councillor Dixon. Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. As was stated before, I'm putting my financial hat on here. This is critically important we do this. If we do not have this in place, we cannot charge developers for those trunk headworks charges. Currently, it's a 70-30 split. We're going to charge a maximum of 70%. Julie can correct me if I'm wrong. And 30% still has to come from council, which is the ratepayers. But if we fail to have this in place, developers get let off 100%. And the ratepayers pick the whole lot up. So it's very important we have this in place. And it's very important in our new town plan that we have it clearly articulated and updated, so we make sure we get every bit we can get, because it's vitally important with this extra 200,000 people coming here. Council would not be able to afford to subsidise all of that trunk infrastructure. So a lot of work's gone into this. It's critically important for our financial sustainability, and I wholeheartedly support this and ask you to support it.
Thank you, councillor. There are no further speakers. Do you wish to add anything more to close? No. Let's put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Julie, very much. 8.7 is, 8.7 is the June 2023 financial performance report, and I invite Isaac and Michael. Isaac, yes, and Michael, thank you, to do a presentation.
And the June 2023 financial performance report. So councillors, the report in front of you today is what we call our interim report, and it's subject still to our annual audit process, which will occur in next month. The QAO will be here and they will be auditing our reports. There may be some adjustments, largely in the depreciation line and also landfill, quarry and employee provisions. But our current results on our interim report is a $31.6 million operating result, which is $7.6 million above the current budget. So the reasons for that is revenues above budget, $24.4 million, but also expenses over budget by 16.8. So some of the large adjustments, we received 100% prepayment of the 23-24 federal assistance grant. That was a total of $11.7 million. We received $17.8 million in land sales that was brought forward for the Maroochydore City Centre, which resulted in a positive market value adjustment on our debt of $4.7 million. And interest received from investments totaled $12.2 million. In terms of our expenditure, we're still under budget in our employee costs due to vacancies throughout the organisation. Our capital works program in total progressed 80.5%, so $235.9 million expended. Importantly, our core program progressed 89.3% and is just slightly ticking over 90% as we go through the final figures, which is a really good result on our infrastructure. Our cash at the end of June was $283 million, and there were some changes to our debt in terms of the amount we borrowed as well as the additional repayments. So all those are in a separate table on page 296 of the agenda, but the new borrowings were reduced down to $6.2 million, originally at 32. Then the extra payment of debt associated with Maroochydore gave us a market value adjustment, which is a positive market value adjustment of $4.6 million. So our investments currently have 14 term deposits totaling $150 million with a weighted average interest rate return of 4.67 and interest rates that's ticking slightly over 5% of the most recent investments. And the recommendations receive and note the report titled June 2023 Financial Performance Report.
Thank you, Isaac. Someone to move? Councillor Hungerford, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Natoli. Would you like to open, Councillor?
With pleasure, Mr Mayor. As usual, excellent financial report. Shows our strength, and that's why we've got a strong and neutral outlook with Queensland Treasury on our credit rating, and why we've got, I'm waiting to see whether we get the 15th unmodified audit. I think that's September. I'm looking forward to that. So as Michael said before, positive operating result of $31.6 million. That's $7.6 million above the current budget. Excellent result. As of the 30th of June, $571 million operating revenue has been achieved, which is $24 million more than the budget. So the other revenue, it's really important, I want to make a point here, councillors received $17.8 million in land sales for the Maroochydore City Centre, which is $10 million higher than budget. It's very important that we keep our focus on using that to pay down debt, which we have done. And in doing that, that gives us an early payment adjustment of a positive $4.7 million. That's what we're saving by driving debt down. And to give you a context, our strong financial performance in keeping debt down and maintaining our cash balances, that's what gives us the ability to increase the lifeguards over the next 4 years of over $650,000 to improve those services. Having 16% increase in our sports fields, the ones we're doing at the moment, and have it locked in their CPI over the 4 years. Unlike other levels of government, when they do get a windfall, they spend it, debt still keeps going up. In the future, they can't deliver as much. That's why we've got to keep on this path we have. As of the 30th of June, 450 million has been expended, resulting in a variance of 16.8 million. That's 3.2% higher than budget, so we're actually getting the projects out there. That's supporting our community. As of 30th of June 2023, 235 million, or 80.5% of Council's 292 million capital works program has been financially expended. So the core capital program has progressed 89.3% of budget, an actual spend of $187 million. In this environment, we've had a bit of weather through the year, but with shortage of supplies and getting contractors to do jobs, we've still got it out there. So we've got nearly 90% done. That's an excellent result. And the pleasing thing is, like I said before, maintaining our cash balances. We've got 283 million. And with the investments, I think that was $12 million with a better interest rate. We're actually using that money in the meantime to get what we can to supplement the ratepayers and have more money to spend out there. So it's very sound financial management. And very pleasing that Council's debt, I think it was 441 you had up there before, it's 442 here. Remembering that we've had all those region building projects, self-funding business cases, make sure that money goes into retiring debt, gives us a stronger cash balance and means we can deliver more through the year. I very much hope that we continue this into the coming years because the dividends for our ratepayers are enormous if we maintain this discipline. But again, excellent report. I'd like to congratulate the financial team. Every time I go to them, they've got answers for me straight away and give me updates on things. Very competent team that's got their finger right on the pulse, and Queensland Treasury reflects that and giving us those positive ratings they give us each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Always use a good opportunity. Attachment to the capital grant funded project report. I actually just wanted to take a moment to thank Ryan Butler and Clint Jones. So we had, and obviously the Australian Federal Government, we got a fantastic grant for $325,000 from them. So I used a little bit of councillor capital work funding or council capital works to design some lighting, and we've got 700 metres, 20 new LED lights on Claymore Road at Sippy Downs. So it connects the Palmview community, Sippy Downs community, all the way through to the university, the service station precinct, UE, the shopping centres, and you know, quite frankly, it was a very dark and dangerous section of footpath that's now been completely jazzed up with 29 new LED lights. It looks fantastic and it's very safe, and we've had some great feedback from the community. So one, just to thank the Australian Federal Government, our council staff, and also, you know, I guess the community for their patience and letting us do this, and really goes to show, Mr Mayor, the benefit of having some of those state and federal government grants given to the local community so we can do some fantastic projects. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I'll just remind you, in a relative sense, I was a guest speaker in Gundawindi yesterday for bush councils, 45 bush councils. Almost all of them are unsustainable, according to the auditor, which is a very concerning situation for those communities, and they obviously need lots of help. But it's a sobering reminder about the precarious nature of councils in terms of incomings and outgoings, and the fact that we need to be very mindful of the way in which we spend our ratepayers' money, or indeed invest to get better outcomes via income-producing projects. So we should never lose sight of that, I guess, that scale, our location, our popularity in terms of people wanting to move here helps sustain us where others are finding it incredibly difficult to survive. So just a thought as we approve this item. So you want to, wait a minute, what am I up to? Councillor, you want to close? Councillor Hungerford?
The point I was going to make on your address there, and yes, when you look at the Auditor General's report to Parliament and how many councils, I think it's a third of councils in Queensland are financially distressed and unsustainable, and that's quite concerning. The point I'd like to make is the bigger you are, the more it's important to stick to the financial principles, because the bigger you are, the harder you fall. You fall through quicker, so we've got to stay razor focused on maintaining our discipline. And thank you.
Thank you. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac and Michael. We might take a lunch break now and come back at, let's say, 10 minutes to 2, please. Item 8.8, which is the motions for the 2023 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference, to be presented by Victoria Nelson. Thanks, Victoria.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The Queensland Local Government Association's annual conference is being held in Gladstone between the 16th and the 18th of October this year. Each year, the LGAQ Policy Executive and member councils submit motions for debate, with supported motions forming part of the LGAQ's annual advocacy plan and policy statement. Motions submitted to the conference must first be endorsed by council before they can be included on the conference agenda. 3 motions for this year's annual conference are proposed for endorsement and submission and relate to improved connectivity of state-delivered active transport routes to existing networks, the option for councils to request market valuations for rating strata-titled property, and implementing a more balanced approach to vegetation clearing for bushfire hazard reduction to consider biodiversity impacts. Should these motions be endorsed, they must be submitted to the LGAQ by 9 August 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Law to move, Councillor Suarez to second. Would you like to open, Councillor Law, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Happy to stand to support this motion for our local government to present some motions for the LGAQ conference later this year. I'll speak to one of the motions that I have been involved with personally, working with the team to make sure that we can make if it's accepted, to talk to the conference and have a motion to the state government around active transport links through their transport and main roads infrastructure projects. And the short and simple story is, where there are main road projects, we know that they will provide connectivity for active and transport right throughout the works that they do. But then they get to the edge of the work and they leave it hanging, stranded. And how do we connect that to the rest of the network? So what we're looking for is that we will put forward a motion whereby the state have to give full consideration to actually connecting to the network, not just going to the scope of the project and leaving us with stranded assets. I'm sure that others will speak to the other 2 motions that are there, but I'm looking for your support today so that we can take this forward to the LGAQ conference, and then that can go forward to state government for consideration, so that we can achieve better outcomes here on the Sunshine Coast and not have to be seeking further ratepayer funding to join up these missing links in our network. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Did you want to speak to either of the other 2, Councillor Suarez? Okay. Any questions for Councillor Law on the first motion? No? Okay. What about the second motion? Someone like to speak to that? Someone who's going to be attending the conference, because it'll be helpful for them to present. Oh yeah. Do you want to take responsibility for all 3, David? Okay, good. Do you want to just cover off on what the second one is, or Maria, perhaps you want to do it?
Mr Mayor, I'd prefer to speak to the third one because it was the motion that I put forward, but I'd like to do that if there are any questions on that motion so that I could help to respond to that if that was the case. With the second item, that was put forward by staff, so there's no councillor here that could effectively... Oh, okay. So
David, okay, let's you do item 2, and then we'll do item 3 with you, Maria.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. So this particular motion, I've certainly had conversations with Michael Costello and the team around this, is about trying to achieve better interpretations around the land valuation and how that impacts on our ability to charge a more meaningful and realistic rating process for strata-titled apartments and units. Obviously, assuming this goes forward, I will ensure I have a full briefing from Michael and his team, but it enables us to rectify some inequity and imbalances in the rating system so that we can charge a fairer rate depending on the quality and the value of a particular property on land. So I'm happy to take that forward on behalf of Council and will ensure that Michael gives me a full briefing on that matter. But it's certainly one that I support for the benefits it will give us to reflect actual building that are put onto the Sunshine Coast.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Suarez for motion 3.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I was kind of anticipating a few questions after the information session, but that doesn't seem to be the case today. I'll just quickly give a, as Councillor Law termed it, the short version of what this item is going to endeavour to undertake. It is not the intent to put this forward to prevent people from legitimately undertaking bushfire mitigation to protect their homes. It's intended to close a loophole that is currently being used to unnecessarily clear vegetation, including core koala habitat. And it often is happening as a preemptive move prior to a development application being lodged. Our council's compliance officers are undertaking compliance actions on this very point almost weekly. So the team have worked within this legislation to tighten up specifically Schedule 6, Paragraph 3, Section 20A. It's in the report, and the suggestions to close the loophole are to define necessary clearing, necessary being the key word and in relation to bushfire hazard reduction, limiting infrastructure, so reviewing what is deemed infrastructure that is of significant risk, thereby excluding items such as underground infrastructure or minor infrastructure that doesn't warrant the extent of clearing that is currently allowed, and guidance material as the team have experienced situations where state departments are giving conflicting advice to council and to individual residents. So that's the intent of the motion, and I look for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Who else is attending the conference as a matter of interest? Rick, Terry, Peter, Winston. Okay, good. So we've got a good representation. Let's make sure we collaborate exactly on who's going to do these. So when the time comes, and I think they close on August 6th with the LGAQ. They're August 9. Okay, there may be similar motions that are joined. So let's make sure we're ready for that. Looks like there's no further questions. So do you need to close, David? No. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to 8.9, a review of the classification and management of council information. Again, presentation from Victoria. Thank you.
To assist if need be. He's our Chief Information Officer. Councillors, this report is presented to you today to provide you with the outcome of the review of the classification and management of council information and to seek your endorsement of the proposed recommendations. Sunshine Coast Council generates, receives and holds vast amount of information in the conduct of its business. At the January 2021 ordinary meeting, it was recognised there is a need to examine Council's information management practices and that there is also broad community interest in doing so. As such, Council determined that an external independent review be conducted. Council also endorsed the establishment of a project steering committee comprising the Mayor, CEO, Councillor Suarez and Councillor Law to oversee the project, along with independent, external, subject matter expert members. After a competitive expression of interest process, Mr. Matt O'Mara of I3 Consulting and Ms. Danielle Wickman, Director of Territory Records in the ACT Government, were appointed to the steering committee. To better ascertain community sentiment towards Council's information management practices, the steering committee approved a preliminary survey which was sent to 200 community groups. From the 60 responses received, it was evident that the community often found council information difficult to access and that the reasons for maintaining confidentiality are not well understood. Under existing contractual arrangements, the Steering Committee also approved GWI as the external reviewer. GWI firstly confirmed that Council had made a number of improvements to its processes and practices in making statutory meeting information available, but that information about those improvements is not well known. That is, fewer items are being treated as confidential at Council meetings, and a systematic approach has been taken to the release of confidential information once the conditions requiring confidentiality have been satisfied. Should today's recommendations be endorsed by Council, an implementation plan will be developed to align with GWI's recommendations, which will enhance existing improvements by making previously confidential information even more accessible and easier to find. In its future state report, GWI made 6 recommendations addressing staff training, policy updates, system updates, and further improvements to the availability of statutory meeting documents. A second survey was sent to those community members who had expressed interest in continued involvement with this project. This second survey sought to ascertain the community's views on the future state report and the effectiveness of the recommendations in addressing community concerns and improving information accessibility. Sentiment from this survey was generally positive, with many respondents noting that implementation is key. On behalf of the Steering Committee, I'd like to thank all of the community groups and members who have contributed to this project so far. Independent of this review, Council's Digital Information Services team had embarked on a multi-year program of work aimed at improving compliance in relation to privacy, open data and records management. Known as the Inform program, this project had already made progress towards implementing recommendations 2, 3 and 4, with policy updates and staff training already within scope of this project. The GWI review gives greater impetus to the achievement of the objectives outlined in the Inform program. The Office of the Information Commissioner also undertook an audit of Council's information management in 2021. A key recommendation of this audit was that Council adopt a push model of information release. That is, right to information applications should be the last resort, with information classified as public unless there is a legislative reason for it not to be. Recommendation 5 in the future state report acknowledges this, and again, a program of work is in train. We are in an era of data breaches and the inadvertent release of personal information, so ensuring we achieve the right balance between making as much information public as possible while ensuring we protect the community's private information is paramount. The recommendations outlined in the future state report seek to do just that. And on that basis, I recommend that Council acknowledge the invaluable contribution made by the Steering Committee, and in particular its external members, Mr Matt O'Mara and Ms Danielle Wickman, that Council also endorse the recommendations in the GWI Future State Report, and finally, authorise the CEO to develop a detailed implementation plan with action items recorded and reported in Council's corporate reporting system. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Suarez to move, Councillor Law to second. I'd like to open. Councillor Suarez.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. I have a question first, if I may. Yep. One of the items that was mentioned in the report was the Office of Information Commissioner's compliance audit, and I know Council responded to that initial audit. With the work that we've done in this report, will we tie that in with closing through the recommendations from the Office of the Information, what's he called? Information Commissioner's report?
Yes, so that will form part of the implementation plan. So we'll be liaising with the people who've been involved with implementing the recommendations from the Office of the Information Commissioner. And part of that is training, which is also part of these recommendations, as well as with our Digital Information Services team to make sure that all of the various projects tie in together and are complementary rather than operating independently.
And once we've ticked off all of those required actions according to their report, will that be made public so the community can see that we've done all of those?
The intention is yes. Part of the proposed implementation plan will be that we have a web page on our website that will be related to information accessibility. And without preempting what that plan looks like, I would expect that that implementation plan would be available to the public, and that we will be able to demonstrate quite clearly how we're progressing against those targets.
Thank you. I'll speak to the motion now, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
I just would like to say probably one of my earliest memories of coming into council. This was a kind of a hot topic for a number of councillors, and the Mayor included, coming up to this term. And I remember having a meeting with the acting CEO, Warren Bunker, Craig Matheson and Brendan Hogan at the time, because I kept going on about confidential items. And walking away from that meeting, they implemented actions pretty much straight away, immediately. And I remember walking away going, gee, that was a lot easier than I thought. And I guess it was one of those myths that was dispelled coming into council in terms of what it was actually like to work with council and work with the officers. So I'd just like to thank them for that early work and the undertaking to listen to, you know, our requests. The need to review how council information is accessed and managed is the focus of this report. So that's really all we're talking about today. And I know the officer's recommendation acknowledged the external steering committee members, but I too would like to say throughout the process, the contributions from Mr Matt O'Mara and Miss Danielle Wickman were really insightful and obviously came from a place of great knowledge. So I think their input was invaluable, and I'd like to acknowledge them as well. The 6 recommendations include, as Victoria has mentioned, improving how we communicate its processes and efforts to council, meeting information, updating and operationalise our information access management policy, update and operationalise our custodianship policy, review our training modules and operationalise the administrative access and right to information policy guideline, and ensure our information systems are the source of truth for council's records and information, so that they have up-to-date information and security classification labels. This is all quite boring and administrative, but super important. So I thank the team who are going to be undertaking that work, and a lot of that will be your team, because it will make a big difference. I am happy to recommend this report be endorsed by our council. Item C, in terms of the officer's recommendation, is what's next. So there's still a piece of work to be done, and it's the implementation plan which will define the exact actions that are needed to be undertaken. I'd also like to acknowledge yourself, Victoria. I know there was a significant amount of work in coordinating a consultant to come and prepare this report, as well as the external stakeholders, as well as the community consultation that was undertaken. So well done to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'd just add my thanks to Victoria for your great work. And Dave, thank you very much to the councillors, David and Maria, and also Matt and Danielle, who volunteered their expertise and knowledge, and of course GWI, who were very helpful as well. Councillor Law.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor, just a question to begin with. In the report under the implementation plan, we've got some dates that of the 30th of November. When I look at the recommendation on the screen, the dates haven't come into there. Can I firstly just check that item C around the implementation plan is what we're referring to with the date of the 30th of November?
Correct. Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Could I ask, is there a reason that we haven't got the date in the recommendation at item C?
No, through you again, Mr Mayor, no particular reason that we didn't include it in the recommendation.
With the okay from yourself and Councillor Maria, who moved, are we happy to put the date in there?
Sure. It's in the paper, so it can be added there, no trouble. Yep.
That would be great. Thank you very much for that. And as we've heard already, thank you to everyone involved. I echo that, I won't say it all again. And it's been really positive to be working with my colleagues, Mr Mayor, and the whole team who've been involved with this, to be able to give us a really well-developed plan on how we can inform the community of how we're looking after the information and at the same time protecting their privacy in an era where protecting privacy is extremely difficult, and it is something that there appear to be others out there in our community who wish to invade our privacy and do us harm by taking people's private information. So I just want to acknowledge something we've not said yet, is that difficulty between protecting everyone's information and allowing really great freedom and access to information. So it's a difficult line to walk, but I think we've done it really well. And I will be looking forward to seeing the implementation plan by the end of November and working with you and the council to get this to provide us with what we intended and what we set out to do when we looked at reviewing what were very old policies when we agreed to do this in January 21. So thank you to the whole team who did the work. I'll be supporting it today. I look for everyone else's support, and so that we can get on and deliver on the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I should have just acknowledged Craig Matheson and Emma too as two of our key officers who were involved in that team, so thank you for your contribution. Now, Winston, your light's on, but was that relating to this matter? Okay. Well, you lost out in a photo finish, I'm afraid, because David's just closed.
No.
My apologies. Good, okay. Great, I'm glad you're still awake. Councillor Johnston, sorry, my apologies.
I'm glad that you're awake now too, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'd just like to thank all the people involved in making this policy for the council and the review. But prior to the previous council election, there was a lot of community talk about how many matters went into confidential session. Now, I'd just like to say that since coming on council, I have to be fair and say that in 2019 and early in 2020, in all fairness to the officers and to the councillors of the day, there were a lot of very sensitive issues that were being discussed. For instance, City Hall, Marici City Centre, the airport and others, and we came in on the end of that, so we haven't had to go into confidential session as often. So I just wanted to recognise that it wasn't necessarily the fault of anybody, that there were so many items that had to be dealt with that way, and let the community know that basically that should be recognised, and that if there were failings at all, well, now we've rectified them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. No further speakers. I'll go back to Councillor Suarez to close.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Probably just on the back of Councillor Winston's comments, they are fair and accurate comments to make. And as you can see from our report, 2020 we had 12 confidential meetings, 21/7, 22/11, 23 up to this date 5. It won't be a linear decline in confidential meetings for the exact point that Councillor Johnston raised. It's going to depend on what projects we have at the time and the necessity to close those meetings regarding to those projects, mostly due to commercial and confidence reasons. But the good thing with what happened in the early days, and which is being embedded in our processes and policies going forward, is when we have a confidential item, it's only the confidential bit that's being made as an attachment, or if the whole report has to be confidential, and even with the attachment, we have a trigger of either a date or an activity that will make it publicly available. So it no longer means that we have to come to council for a resolution to make that information public, and the community don't have to pay the freedom of information charges to try and extract some of that information. So the numbers will fluctuate, And yes, we had a lot of projects, but we probably will have a lot more to come. So the expectations aren't, it won't be a linear slide down to zero confidential reports. I don't really have much more to say apart from thank you again, and also to acknowledge Councillor Law. I know he's been really invested in this item since the beginning, and as well as the Mayor. I think one of my first one-on-one meetings with yourself and Craig Matheson was to discuss confidentiality. So, yeah, it was a really collaborative group, and all of the suggestions from the community were accepted. One question I forgot to ask you, and I'll just wrap it up in this closing now, was the community did ask for when confidential items are made available, instead of having them embedded in the meeting minutes according to that month, if they could be embedded in a table, which will probably happen in the implementation plan, will be revealed in the implementation plan. So thank you for addressing that as well. Ta.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. There are no notices of motion. There are two petitions. Item 10.1, Councillor Law, against lease of Image Flat and Dulong Quarries.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I have a petition from some residents in the area of the Image Flat and Dulong Quarries. And the petition says as follows: we, the undersigned, are directly affected by the proposed revenue grab to sell leasing rights to private interests. We express our strongest objection to any heavy vehicle traffic increase as a result of new lease arrangements. We have silently tolerated excessive heavy vehicle noise for years. We have little faith that our interests will be served by council, who allowed a dangerous illegal car wrecking yard to operate on the corner of Dews and Image Flat roads for years, until a public petition forced action in May 2017. We respectfully request Council, the Group Executive Build Infrastructure Group, has taken into account the inevitable heavy vehicle increase will have on local residents and the recently established childcare centre, and the safety of parents delivering and collecting their children daily. We also insist that Council present this enclosed petition and other community objections to all parties invited to lodge expressions of interest, that they are well aware of the community's feeling and intention to pursue this matter. So the petition has been submitted with lead petitioner David Pryor and has 72 signatures.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I'll record you as the mover. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Johnston. All those in favour of receipt? That's carried unanimously. And the second item, 10.2, again, you'd like to talk to that? Ah, sorry, my apologies. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Since the decision to arrange an expression of interest in relation to our quarries was made, there has been a great deal of work to engage with the community to work through that process. This petition is a reflection of some of that work, and I know that there will be continuing work that will take on board the comments in the petition so that we can achieve the best possible outcomes for the community who are going to be impacted by the quarry.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Okay, let's go to item 10.2, which is, again, Councillor Law on the housing crisis request to review town plan in relation to tiny homes and other accommodation options. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. This is a little bit of a different petition in some ways. So while we've noted this as one petition, I do in fact have 11 petitions, which are, in essence, they are all the same petition with 11 different lead petitioners. So firstly, I'd like to let you know who those lead petitioners are, if I may, Mr Mayor, putting these all 11 together, and then I'll read out what the petition says. So we have 11 lead petitioners from across the Sunshine Coast, mainly in the hinterland, from the addresses. We have Helen Andrew, Christine Bennett, Ange and Jason Bowen, Robin Clayfield, Jim Hodgetts, Joe Irvin, Francesca Laura, Sharon Lockman, Jacqueline Morton, Craig Rattle, and Angela Smith. And those 11 petitioners have been working over a period of time and have a total of 753 signatures on the petitions. I'll now read the statement on the petition. The petition is requesting Council to cease threatening and evicting people off land when they are living in caravans, buses and tiny homes during the housing crisis. Recognise in the new town plan that caravans, buses and tiny homes on wheels are permanent choices of accommodation so they can live with certainty and security. Allow rural landowners to have several small homes on their properties so they can not only be part of the solution to the housing crisis, but provide a safe place for people to live. So as I said, I'll submit the petition to the CEO for consideration. 11 petitions with a total of 753 signatures that have all been hand collected. This is not an electronic petition.
Thank you, Councillor Lord. Do you want to speak further to it?
If I may.
Yes, you got a minute, yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll move it. Councillor Johnson, sorry, well, David will move it. Councillor Johnson will second it.
Thank you.
And you talk and then I'll get the vote from the balance.
Okay. So we have had an extensive conversation with the implementation of our Housing and Homelessness Action Plan today. And this petition, in essence, supports the implementation of that action plan and is urging us to get on and do the work that we've outlined to engage with our community at every level of that community, from commercial property developers to our local community and everyone in between who is trying to achieve and make a difference to solve, resolve and provide homes, safe homes for people across the coast. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. All those in favour of receipt of the petition? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, that brings us to a final item, which is item 11.1. And before we move into confidential session on that item, do any of you wish to declare any personal interest in relation to the items to be discussed? If you do, you are also required to declare those items when Council resumes open session to make the decision for these items. In relation to item 11.1, the Chief Executive Officer has advised that the report contains confidential information in relation to negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967, in brackets Queensland, in brackets the Act. For those reasons, it is recommended that Council close the meeting under section 254J, brackets 3, brackets H, of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider and discuss the information in this report. Noting, of course, that Council's decision on this agenda item will be made during open session, which will be viewable by the public. Councillors, is there someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss agenda item 11.1? Councillor O'Prey, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Babarowski, thank you. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so item 11.1, we have a mover in Councillor Natoli, a seconder in Councillor O'Prey. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor? Not necessary. Not necessary. Does anyone have any questions or wishes to raise anything? No?
I just note Councillor Johnson's name is up there and he's no longer here.
We should take that. Yes, and we should recognise that Councillor Johnson's had to leave. Can we make that note as well that Councillor Johnson didn't participate in the vote? Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, thanks to the officers very much. Councillors, that brings us to our meeting to a conclusion at 2:39. It's been a historic day, really, in terms of particularly our first item of business. And again, my sincere thanks to all the officers who were directly involved and have been very busy on this now for some months, as I said before, over and above their normal work. So, good outcome, good meeting. I think we've got something up on level 8 today.
We do,
is that right?
welcome the new teams that are